So Eric waited patiently. Kendra waited patiently. The top end gets checked out. Looks like we're ready to load them up and get them going one more time. Super stock qualifier number 2. If you're not in the lanes, well, all I can say is you must have been snoozing, big boy. Manual there on the left side. Kendra in the right lane. Kendra's been down track. She was 885. Eric's like the sun earlier, rolling in a little late. Shot at the racetrack in this session. 885, 175, 888 by Kendra. Went 885 earlier. Getting close. Creeping in on that number is Dave Dolleman. Stephen Michaels. Number 2 qualifier. Stephen put down a 2 foul package in that opening session. 001 on the tree, dead on 1 on the time slip. Pretty good for the runner out of Anoka, Minnesota. B00, take 00. And repeat. Well, the reaction time this time isn't quite as good as last. And the time run's just a little bit quicker. That's a couple good back-to-back runs. 888, 146 by Michaels. 889 for Dave Dollem's machine. 177. Mike Gramlich. Mike running in Super Street and Super Comp both. Big Block Malibu running well, doing well. Final round contestant over at our race at Indy, Joe Fusting. Grays Lake, Illinois-based runner, right side. Very much out of maybe Michigan. Maybe it may not be. That's the question. 887, 165 by Gramlich. 886 by Fusting. 67 miles an hour. Jimmy Glosson and Brian Horton. Next pair in, Horton. During the week is not a who. He's a tow truck operator. He doesn't hear any. Well, then again, he might hear some who's. Jimmy Glosson on the right side. Whoop. Brian's machine not on the beam. Gets her back in. Be a little bit different time. Slip 1041, 100 miles an hour for Brighton. 889. 165 for Glosson's ride down the other end of the racetrack. Jeremy Mason and Michael Shelton. Either driver in, both drivers close. Jerry Haas, Stephen Michaels, Greg Jerkaris, Zach Papp, Tim Marsh, Irene Shelton, Justin Mosier, and Megan. Shelton left side, former division champ. Back, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 years ago. Had to take my shoe off so I could use my toes. Count back 4, that's a lot of counting. Your reigning division champ. 894, 179 by Michael, your former division champ. Scott Mackey. Don Kisic. K-S-I-E-Z-Y-K. Kisic? Kisic. I'm going to go with that. the Bugaboo, 32 Bantam. Runner out of Ohio, and Scott Mackey's hot rod. Babalu race operation. Working their way down track. 983 by Don. 138, 880 by Scott. At 173. Jacob Elrod. Here's the big number one on the side of the other car. Here's Bill Vance. His 23T. 32 Bantam a moment ago, the Bugaboo race guy. Vance out of Missouri in his 23T. Field dominated by big block Chevrolet powered race cars. Rear engine dragster. The Bugaboo and Bill's car. Open style machine. Elrod in the left lane. 8903 at 177. He's in. 888, 172. Jacobs into the number 4 spot. Megan just got bumped out. Justin Mosier now riding the bump with his 8908. Jeff Smith and John Sickish. Up on the right side, the Ohio runner. Smith in the left lane out of Indiana. $887.3 and $1.72 for speed for Smith. $889, $158 for Sickish. 14-mile-an-hour difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Pat Lamont's car, alongside Larry Burnshausen in the machine. Drew throws up an 8.904. He wants to play in the shootout. Lamont goes 887 at 171. Burnshausen's in, number 6. Justin Mosier just got bumped. You want to play, it's got to be an 8.905 or better now to take out Irene Shelton's number. Here comes Chad. And a car to be named later. Late arriving door car out of Division 5 over here on the Toyota line. Looking crook and booking, goes 898 at 152. Chad Lamont goes 8906. Thank you so much for your attempt, Chad. Just a little bit short down at the other end of the racetrack. That'll put you in the number 9 qualifying spot. Ron Finney, right side. Another late arriver there on the left-hand lane, the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Here at Route 66. It's 160. Riley's side. Finney goes through 882. much improved over his earlier 10-second lap. Got a little something he can tune with and work from. Now, Dean McElvey and Rick Bailey. Dean started off this session as the car on the bump for the shootout. He's all the way back to number 12 now. He had a 16 thousandths package in that opening round of qualifying. Rick Bailey alongside of him. Eight, 9:08 again. Back-to-back dead-on laps with an 8:85 by Rick Bailey. 168 miles an hour. I knew what I wanted to say. I just couldn't get the words in the right order to come out of my mouth. Rose Richardson up now. Dragster on the right-hand side for her and Paul, and Ray Conley's hot rod there on the left. Again, you want to play in the shootout. Need an 8905 number. You got one? Load it up. Get ready. Anything here in qualifying and time trials. Rose goes 888. $171, 891 by Ray. 73 miles an hour. Timmy Millwoods. Dodge Daytona. 540 cubic inch. Mopar combination. Brian on the left side. The large motored Chevrolet. Folk goes at 885 this time around. 888 by Millwood. The Folk goes quicker. Millwood slows up a little bit closer to the number. Gary Fleener's transmission. Man entry there on the left-hand side. And Stephanie Shelton out of New Carlisle. New McElvain chassis machine here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Sportsman Harley Davidson needs you to the lanes, please. Sportsman Harley Davidson, our Dragon Baggers. Hot Street. Screaming Eagle. Sportsman Harley Davidson needs you to the lanes, please. Stephanie, Racing Jason, and Joe Bomberito. Joseph out of Springfield. College student wheeling and dealing the family hot rod here in the Toyota lane. First shot at the racetrack for Joe. Jason laid down at 888 earlier. The CarsProtectionPlus.com entry. Advantage of a run. Trip zip on the lights goes 897. 169 for Jason at 891 lap. 181-mile-an-hour shot. Bill Riddle. Jeff Beckman. Minnesota-based runner over here on the right-hand side. Says he's not quite as Fast Jack. Seeing as how Fast Jack has covered the 1,000-foot mark in a little under 4 seconds at over 300 miles an hour. You'd be really quick if you were as fast. Bill Riddle out of Brighton, Michigan. The Adkins chassis car in the left lane. All 615 cubic inches of big motor Chevrolet. 008's a pair. Telling you, the reaction times have been stellar today. Riddle goes 892 at 174. Beckman goes 891 at 171. Jerry Haas, Steve Michaels, Greg Jerkaris, Jacob Elrod, Zach Papp, Larry Bernshausen, Tim Marsh, and Irene Shelton. Irene's still riding the bump with that 8906 lap. Dick Folk and Luke Bogacki over on the right-hand side. This is bracketracing.com. Pretty big dogs in the Super Comp and bracket racing world. Nick goes 888, 178. Luke goes 891, 162 miles an hour. Patty Fisher and Pat Fitzpatrick. And it's Jerry Haas, Stephen Michaels, Greg Jerkaris, Jacob Elrod, your quick four for the shootout so far. Then Zach Papp, Larry Bernshausen, Tim Martian, Irene Shelton. Irene leading the bump with an 8906. So if you want to play Patty Fisher or Pat Fitzpatrick, the numbers you're looking for. $889 is not going to do it for Fitzpatrick. 908, 167 is not going to do it for Patty. So Irene, you make the shootout. Not good night, Irene. It's hello, Irene. That puts Super Comp into the books. Streak doesn't make it. Super Stock getting ready to come up. Mike Mann's your number one qualifier.
A K&N high-flow air filter will keep your vehicle running at high efficiency day after day. As it protects your engine, K&N's technology allows your engine to breathe all the air that it needs. the original lifetime air filters, easy to clean when it gets dirty, and it never needs replacing. K&N, it's like having a new air filter in your car every day. These filters are handmade in the USA, and you can find out more online at knfilters.com.
Spitzer Race Cars. Top Dragster needs you to lanes now, please. Spitzer Race Cars. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. Bruce Gibson and Jeff Bryson work their way down the racetrack. Round number 2. Super stock qualifying. 1087 by Bruce and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. He goes 1086 this time. 121. 1093 by Bryson. No help there. For the Oldsmobile is Mark Nowicki and Johnny Dykema. Roll in next. Johnny the right side out of Bluegrass. Over the great state of Iowa. Johnny and Stephanie with a little GTF automatic 350. Combination in that 70 Chevy Nova. And Mark Nowicki, factory GT. 360, 98 Dodge Avenger. Lanes, please. Spitzer, top dragster. Needs you to the staging lanes. 1027 by Johnny. I'll put him on the sheet. 984, 135 by Nowicki. .45 car, super stock field so far. James Lavallo and Larry Hodge. Lavallo up. 66 Belvedere. GTH automatic. 426 underneath the hood, and Larry Hodge. The Monte Carlo on the right-hand side, little 305 GTJ automatic machine. .24, Lavallo, no improvement. 1048 by Hodge. That'll actually pick Larry up a couple of spots. He's now number 10 at 81 under the index. Bobby Rashid and Sam Monteleone. Bobby's GTC automatic, the Major Magic's pizza machine. 27 small. The Mustang, a little out of the groove towards the center stripe. Working his way on through. 901 to 152. 976, 136 by Bobby. Is now up and online. Bobby goes through 976, no help. 901 by Sam. That'll move him around a little bit. Here's your number 4 qualifier. Here's Geezy. Burrell automatic, original. Hurst AMX. Dan's Russ. Well, I'm telling you, there's some history going down the racetrack right now. Emmy Cuda and a Hurst AMX. Yaha, 1058, no help by Garrett. 123, 918 by Dan. Kim Wheelan and Dealing, the factory Super Stock A. Cobra Jet and Irwin. If Irvin's machine smokes as big on the top end this time as it did last time. On the top end of the racetrack. That is a very A automatic Cobalt. Looking a whole lot cleaner this time around. 916, 143. Irvin picks up all the way to the number 1 spot. 93 under the index. Fritz goes 816 this time around. He had already gone 812. So Kim will stay number 21. Irvin up to the number 1 qualifying spot. Billy Dyer. Staying out of Port Byron, Illinois. 302 4-speed Mustang. Goldie out of Maple Grove. Minnesota, got a little 289. GT Mustang here on the right-hand side. Goldie 1150 first time around. Dyer 1086 first time around. 1185. No help Billy. He slows up a bunch. 1147 by Goldie. He finds 3 hunt out there. Here's your number 3 qualifier, Greg Meyer and Todd France. Greg right side, the Firebird. France left lane in the Cavalier. That Firebird first time around, put him 89 under. Got an D3 TV, but broadcasting. Find it on YouTube or d3tv.com. 1033, 97 miles there by Todd, no help. 1001 by Greg. 1001 and 10 flat on back-to-back laps. Steve Hoff and Jim Schachter. Jimmy up. Chet and Barbs. GTB. Small block, stick shift. Chevy Cavalier and Hoff. GTD automatic. First shot at the racetrack for the private investigator out of Waukegan. Jimmy, no help. 11-16 by Hoff. Hoff's over the number, and he's number 42 on the sheet. Jim stays at number 30. Morris Vogus. And Dave Bortman. Bortman on the right side, the yellow Firebird. Former world champ in the Super Stock category. Or Super J automatic, little 327, 65 Nova. Need to find the little Nova in the category filled with Firebirds. Very nice Barracuda. Then you got Morris. Focus Race Engines machine, 1019, 129. 1050 by Bortman. Bortman 79 under. He gets bumped back to number 13 because Morris goes into the number 12 spot with that 80 under lap out of the Little Deuce. Brian Simonek and Rod de Bortman. Young son for the former world champ. Rod on the right side. Simonek in the left lane. That's a 265 Buick Regal. Had a couple of versions of the 265. One of them being a LT1 type fuel injected taxi cab mode. I got to find out if that's it. Bortman goes 10-15, 132. Bortman's 34 under. Simonek's 34 under. Bortman's just a little bit better. He's number 35. Brian's number 37 on the qualifying sheet. Dave Dupps and Don O'Malley. Dave on the left side. Donnie over here on the right-hand side. Senior O'Malley out of Decatur. Hometown race for him. Seen him the last few weeks. Number of tracks around the country. 64 Corvette. Little red Corvette. Dupps trying to improve on a 92. Goes 89. 131. Dave now up to the top half of the sheet. 75 under. O'Malley's 10-28. No improvement. He was earlier 73 under with a 10-26. Scott Lieberscher. Factory Super Stock C entry. Jeff Dona. Jeffrey in the left lane. Your reigning champ this event a year ago. Took home all the marbles in a run against that stick shift fool, Brad Zaskowski. Brad won last weekend down in Bowling. Said he and Mom had some things that he needed to take care of this weekend, but we'd see him soon. Sedona knows he won't have to run Brad again. 976, 136 by Jeff. Big improvement, 83 under. 882 by Lieberscher. Big improvement. He's now 82 under. Side-by-side laps. They end up side-by-side on the qualifying sheet. It's Ricky Decker and Andy Cronenbitter. Cronenbitter right side. Little GTD automatic. Good-looking Cobalt out of Millersport. In the race car shop over at Andy's place, Ricky Decker, former world champ. Super I automatic entry here on the left-hand lane. 350-94 Camaro motors through 991. Ricky improves. 966. Decker now 78 under the index. 966 at 136. Alongside of him, Dave Dupps and Dan Jacobs. Another one of the small body. Chevrolet Cavalier, Cobalt, Pontiac Sunfire, Pontiac G5 type engine. Jacobs GTE machine in the right lane. 305. Manually shifted machine. Dan, hang on. Launch, car went immediately left towards the center stripe. He steers it back into the groove, goes through 1005 at 105, picks up a dime. 1036 by Dupps. He improves. David Neal rolls in next. Another one of the small GM cars, the little Pontiac Sunfire. Another stick shift machine. Fred Bartoli Jr. on the right side. The Ultronics Inc. Chevrolet Camaro. Junior's got the Camaro. Dad's got the Firebird. Young Fred sits number 21. David Neal's machine out of Indiana there in the left lane. Sits number 8. 922 earlier. Neal goes 923. 993 by Bartoli. He was 990 earlier. Brian Stufflebeam. Doing Riley's car this weekend. It may just be Dad's car with Riley's name on it. But anyway, Alan Wilson. Kokomo up in that ref automatic. Little 327 combination. Alan looking to threw down a 1037. Alan had problems, ended up just coasting down the quarter mile before it was all said and done. 988 by Allen, much improved. 1026. Wilson now 56 under the index. Stufflebeam's 1026, 73 under. Bryant's 22. Allen's 32. Keith Lynch, Christy Ship. Randy Lynn probably listening in. Back in New Hampshire. The Mellow Yellow Race, the New England Dragway. Meanwhile, time world champion. Having that drag pack challenger on the right-hand side, 10-13. No help there. 11-13 by Christie. She picks up a Hun. Stays number 45 on the sheet. Keith's at number 18. Sportsman Harley Davidson getting ready to come up, and Spitzer, top dragster. You should be in the lanes. Spitzer, top dragster. In the lanes, please. He'll be coming up right behind our Harley Davidson Sportsman competitors. Got a few cars left to finish up the second qualifying session for Super Stock. as we get back into it one more time. GTJ Automatic Oldsmobile for the young man out of Michigan. They're in the left lane. Lund's GTG Automatic, little 327 powered. 88 Camaro. $10.40. Lund picks up a couple of hun. $10.56. Zach picks up a couple of hun. Zach stays number 25. Mike moves up to number 36. Bill Zaskowski and Marion Stevenson. Marion, top 10 qualifier right now. Number 9 after the first session. Big wheel stand out of a little Sunbird. Then he went 994. Bill Zaskowski. Those home builders out of Michigan. Everybody in the family except for that, well, black sheep. Drives a stick shift car. Got one automatic in the club. Home builders by profession. Figure everybody that drives a stick probably slings a regular hammer. Another big wheels up launch by Marion. His reaction time that time matched his qualifying spot. 009. 10:02, 116. Marion, no help. 10:34. Zaskowski picks up a couple of hun. 47 cars so far. Here comes Brett Spear. That'll make 48. And Joe Covert's hot rod. Super B modified. Pontiac Grand Am. Out of Harley Davidson in the Milwaukee Auto Auction Center. Top dragster, you should be in the lanes. Top dragster should be in the staging lanes. If you're not there yet, come on down. Fixing to run you here pretty quick. 918 by Joe, no help. Brett goes 1049. But only 98 miles an hour at the other end of the racetrack. So Spear goes on to the qualifying sheet, albeit down at the bottom half in that number 42 spot. Nick Folk, last but not least, this round of Super Stock. Another GTA automatic combination, another LS power plant. Shoehorned into the engine compartment of that Chevy Cobalt. In D3 TV, up and running. For those so inclined. $35, picking up a 10th plus. At 141 miles an hour. Greg Bond, John Toth. Pair of Pennsylvania runners up on our Sportsman Harley Davidson competition here this week. Inspired and built in the spirit of raw adrenaline and power of motorcycle racing. Harley Davidson. Screaming Eagle. Performance parts designed and engineered to perform on the track and on the street. just as they do for John Toth, who goes 9:49 at 1:43. Problems for Greg Ball, slows up to that 14:45 second. Screaming Eagles, the performance leader in street legal stage kits, performance exhaust systems, factory-built crate engines, and much, much more. Visit your local Harley-Davidson dealer for everything you need to make your Harley a winner. Bill Rowe, Hellertown, Pennsylvania. Runner-up on his Road King in the Dragon Bagger category. $15.30 on a lap that saw him cruising along about 91 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Screaming Eagle. Pair coming up next, Steve Matthews and Kevin Winters. Kevin aboard his machine there in the O'Reilly side. Matthews over here in the Toyota lane. Richmond, Illinois. Left-hand side, South Chicago Heights. Over here in the right lane, Screaming Eagle. Harley-Davidson competitor. Final pair of Harley-Davidsons this time around, and into a little track prep. We're ready to go with the first of two sessions for our top dragster category today. The top dragster, Steve Smith, top sportsman, top eliminator as well. And working his way down track on the O'Reilly side for the runner out of Richmond, Illinois. He goes 10:49 at 109. Steve Matthews' machine, his Destroyer, goes 10:67 at 117 miles per. Getting ready to come up next. The boys in the water box getting ready to fire up Mark's ride. Out of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Mark Ingerson. Easy for me to say. Right, his 2008 Buell S&S powered entry over here on the right-hand side. Mr. Mark. Send Mark down the racetrack. A little track prep on the O'Reilly side, the Toyota lane. I'm going to run and take a quick break. While all that's going on, we'll play some spots to what we're supposed to play. And then we'll be back with round number one. Qualifying for our Spitzer race cars. Top dragster field. 0.05 of a second this time around, 7:09. As he hustles his way down the racetrack. We're going to be fixing to go with our Spitzer top dragster. Round number 1 of qualifying here in just a moment. A little prep going on. And while they do that, we're going to do this.
VP Racing Fuels is the world's leader in performance fuel technology. That includes VP small engine fuel, the perfect fuel for 2-cycle and 4-cycle gas-powered tools, including chainsaws, generators, trimmers, blowers, and more. VP small engine fuel is blended with no ethanol, ensuring easier starts, worry-free long-term storage, and fewer repairs. The 2-cycle blend is pre-mixed with oil, so there's no measuring, no mixing, no mess. Just pour it in and start it up. Learn more about VP small engine fuel online at vp-sef.com. Born from 40 years of development and testing, Phoenix race tires are the choice of champions across the country. With more than 30 sizes and compounds to choose from, there's no better place to find the right slicks and front-runner tires for your car. For more information, check out dragracetires.com. You always get more for your money from Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance of the Summit Racing Series and the Summit Racing Junior Dragster League. You'll find millions of parts from over 1,100 name brands at Summit Racing. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-roading, OE replacement, restoration and resto-mod, tools and shop equipment, paint, gearhead collectibles from genuine hot rod hardware, and ATV, UTV, dirt bike parts and gear from Power Sports Place. Check out Saving Central at summitracing.com and you'll save even more with sales, special offers, and clearance deals. With Summit Racing's fast shipping and world-class customer service and tech advice, you'll get the parts you need when you need them. You get it all from Summit Racing Equipment, the world's speed shop since 1968. When it comes time to purchase a weather station, turn to the industry leader, Computech Systems. Computech's been providing racers with the best in weather monitoring and ET prediction since 1986. Just ask any of our NHRA contingency winners, including past world champions Alan Johnson, Warren Johnson, David Rampey, and Jimmy DeFrank. From handheld weather stations, trailer-mounted units, or a pager system, Computech has what you're looking for. Be sure to check out the Raceair Pro Weather Analyzer. The Raceair Pro from Computech can help put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 1-800-870-8383 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Also, visit us on the web at www.computech.com.
Well, our 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour Spitzer race cars top dragsters fixing to come out at us. Interesting to note that the two folks that met in the finals here last year, Ashley Tidrick and Joe Hessling, have won the first 2 races of this year. Ashley picking up the Indy win, Joe picking up the win a couple of weeks ago over in Norwalk. See who carries the Wally out of here come Sunday evening. We finish up race number 3. About halfway through the season. Well, we will be here in Division III competition. Once we get this race in the books, Columbus, St. Louis and another trip to Bowling Green to finish up the year in August. Lots of racing activity go on between now and then. Get a reminder to everybody, don't forget the Route 66 NHRA Nationals coming up July 7, 8, 9, and 10. The world's greatest drag racers will light up the world's premier drag racing facility. Every ticket's a pick pass and your all-access pass into the epicenter of the drivers and teams as they prep for these 10,000 horsepower machines to hit the track here at Route 66 Raceway. John Force, Ron Capps, Eric Enders, Fast Jack Beckman, Matt Hagan, Brittany Force, all of them coming here to Route 66 Raceway. July 7, 8, 9, and 10. Don't forget that weekend's the weekend for the JEGS All-Star event as the best of the best from all 7 of our Lucas Oil drag racing divisions across the country. We'll be here for the JEGS All-Star event on Saturday afternoon. Tell you what, it is certainly a thrill to be here for the JEGS All-Star event on Saturday and then watch the pros do their thing on Sunday. It is one action-packed weekend here at Route 66 Raceway. Hope you're making plans to be here July 7, 8, 9, and 10. Starting to work their way off that end of the racetrack, so they give the all clear from that end. We'll get the all clear down on this end. It'll be time to fire the first pair. Our Spitzer race cars, top dragster, first round of 2 today, qualifying for our 6-second 200-mile-an-hour race cars. Good friend Nitro Joe Jackson sitting at home nursing a wounded hamstring. Couldn't make the trip here to Joliet this weekend as the good leg's got a wounded hamstring, but he just sent me a note, said, hey, we're watching, sitting here at the Nitro Lounge watching D3 TV. Glad to have you on board. Get well soon, Joe. Miss you when you're not at the track. Need to be here, son. You know that as well as I do. Mike Coughlin, Mark Krupa, getting ready to roll out. Krupa, a unique hot rod out of Elgin, Illinois. Mark has the front-motored car here in the top dragster class, and I got to tell you, traveling around the country, getting the opportunity to see a lot of our sportsman competition. Majority of the cars in the RacingRVs.com Top Dragster National Championship chase. Don't fall into the front engine category. Now, it's a Neyland Parks chassis car. So we know it's a very good hot rod. So it's got a Brad Anderson combination sitting out in front of Mark. He just likes to do things a little bit differently. Mike Coughlin in his new hot rod, one of the Pro Charge cars there in the left-hand lane. The Dan Page built race car. Greg Cody out there talked to Greg at Norwalk, so they were still trying to get this hot rod figured out. Has great potential. Got to be able to put it all together. New cars have new personalities. You got to get to know them. First pair, Spitzer race cars. Top dragster qualifying session number 1. Group of motors through 638, 218. Coughlin 619 at 226. That, boys and girls, should be a pretty good indication what we got coming up here this weekend. And if that's the case, wow, could we have another all-record field? Bet we could. Rob Mosier and Al Peebler. Mosier, the Mosier Engineering Pro Charge car there on the left-hand side. Rocky and Rob and the rest of the gang. Getting ready to come up, and attention Mosier shootout. Review coming up. Peebler's 006 on the tree. 641, 215. 629 by Rob Mosier. Rob up to the number 2 spot. 125 miles. This is going to be quick. This is going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. Drawn Races for Christ. Mosier shootout contestants in Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. There's been a schedule change. You will follow the first qualifying session of Pro Stock Snowmobile. And that will come at the conclusion of Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car. Your session's being bumped from just before the Alcohol Dragsters and Funny Cars to just behind the Alcohol Dragsters and Funny Cars and, well, Snowmobile. Dan Norris, Mark Harmon. Norris on the left side out of Michigan, a Mike Boz chassis car. 526 cubic inch Hemified motor, and Mark Harmon out of Fast Lube and McLaughlin Oil. Zoomer 647.2, 626.2. Norris second quick down, only 204 miles an hour. Harmon goes 647.2. The record bump we set last year down in Bowling in our top dragster category. Set it last year, the bump was a 647.4. I don't know that that's not in trouble. Here today, Tom Martino and Johnny Deacon. The McGuire's, Strange, Salt Life Optics, Victory, Performance, Bell Helmets. Martino over on the left side out of Design Engineering and Mickey Thompson Tires. Johnny Deacon's right side out of Louisville. Every car we've had go down the racetrack so far, quicker than the quickest bump ever. Can we keep it up? Martino left line. Off and running, Deacon's right side. His car looking a little sluggish off the line. Martino 45.8 at 211 miles an hour. 636 by Deacons. And again, I think he left a little bit back here on this end. Johnny up to the number 4 spot. Martino into the number 7 spot. Kathy Fisher and Christina Lawyer come up next. Kathy over on the left side. Lady that many of you have seen on TV. Wheeling her American chassis. Fisher Performance. Armor coat. Race car down the left-hand side. Christina out of Boonville. Professor of Engineering with a Ford power plant. 572 cubic inch blower sitting up on top for Kathy. We got that blower sitting down off to the side, the Pro Charger machine. $213 for Kathy. Christina goes 638 at 214. 10 cars down the racetrack, and not a one of them lower than the previous record bump. This is going to be fun. Mike Coughlin's still leading the pack at a 619, and we haven't seen the big dogs come up yet. Roof, roof. Craig Sullivan's Ford-powered car. John Biaggi over the right-hand lane. Glad to have you on board, Clark. Looks like that rig got hot wired in the workshop. Clark snapped a photo of the TV mounted on the wall, cables running everywhere. Streaming on TV via Chromecast. Glad to have you. Greg Sullivan left side. John Biaggi right lane. Illinois and Indiana. Cars a pair. Oh, John Slow right at the hit. Sullivan's Ford machine left-hand side 617. 221 miles an hour. Say hello to your new number 1 qualifier. Biaggi's 957. So far, the slowest by about 3.5 seconds. That'll make it 3 seconds. Sullivan goes to the number 1 spot with Ford power. Marty Cheeseman coming up. Cheeseman brothers. Chuck turning the wrenches, the second winningest all-time division winner here in Division II competition. He and some guy named Bill Glidden had 28 wins apiece on the division level. Richard Fritz's machine. Looks like Richard's got problems, not going to be able to answer the bell. The runner out of Columbus. Red's Automotive Services, Fowler Engine. Push him off to the side. Red and Nan will be back a little bit later. Marty, meanwhile, gets a single run. See if Marty can go quicker in 6:17. Take that number 1 spot. Possible. Picture chassis car for Marty and Chuck. Yep. 612, 232 miles an hour. You want some? Come and get it. We have now had 13 cars down the racetrack, and all but one of them quicker than the quickest ever bump. Got to dig the wrap on Dustin Meyer's car coming up. The runner out of Cedar Rapids. There on the left side. That all aluminum body looks like some highly weathered steel, doesn't it? Richard Edwards out of Terre Haute. The Ironman chassis car. Over on the right-hand side. Blown Hemi. Power plant for the runner out of Terre Haute. Meanwhile, looks like we got Mr. Cheeseman out on the top end, sending the runner out to get him. Dustin Myers, Spitzer chassis car for Dustin and Mike and the gang. Making a tow over from Cedar Rapids. Interesting looking hot rod though, isn't it? Got that patina look. Of course, it's a wrap, but it's got the patina look. Mr. Cheeseman cleared on the top end. We'll refire Dustin. And refire Richard. Qualify the quick 32. And boys and girls, I got to tell you, could be the quickest 32 all time before we're said and done. Like I said moments ago, some of the big dogs haven't even shown their face yet. Towards the back of the pack. See them come up. 6.474. Quickest ever field of top dragsters in history. The RacingRVs.com top dragster category. Our Spitzer race car field here this weekend. It's only going to make it interesting before all is said and done. Two more in under 6.5 seconds. Ooh, 6:56, 2:07 by Dustin. That 5:98.9 by Richard, though, is going to get thrown out because 6 flat is the quick. Need you to lanes, please. Brodix, Todd Schmidt, top sportsman. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Brodix. Steve Schmidt, top sportsman cars. Looking for you now to the staging lane. Again, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Your round one of eliminations in the shootout will come following Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car, and Pro Stock Snowmobile. JB Strasswag, Lucas Oil, dragstersforsale.com. Joe Hessling. Joe was runner-up here a year ago to Ashley Tidrick. Joe coming off the win at Norwalk. Said earlier that Ashley and Joe, who ran the finals here a year ago, are the two winners of the first two races this year. JB left side. Joe in the right lane. Worked to fill out the field, 6:46 and 6:36. 2:12 for JB. Joe goes through at 225. Joe to the number 9 spot. JB to the number 14 spot. 17 cars down the racetrack, and all but 2 of them are quicker than our quickest ever field. Wayne Sleeger, Jimmy Prevost, the next pair in for Jimmy, and Kelly and Matt, and the gang out of Mundelein, Illinois. I probably just messed that one up. Sleeger out of Whitelaw, Wisconsin. Big Blow Chevrolet on the left-hand side, the O'Reilly lane. Well, little nitrous oxide assist for Jimmy here on the right. Prevost came off and headed straight towards the center stripe. Slinger goes 677 to 206, 10:05 by Jim. Both drivers there will come back looking for a little bit more in the next round. I don't know. The 677 will stay in the field here this weekend. It could. Marty Cheeseman, 612, leading the pack. Richard Edwards will have to put a little bit of weight in the car and slow that one down. Zach Sackman, Tom Fisher. Senior Fisher. RacingRVs.com machine. Another Pro Charge car. Sackman over in the left lane. Kid out of Shanahan, Illinois? Yeah, something like that. Spitzer car on the left side. Your Fisher. Car comes off the line, a little tire shake, then he gets back into it. 635. 225 by Zach. 743 by Tom, on and off the throttle. The Lund Motorsports. Sauter Racing. Machines getting ready to come up next. Looks like a little bit of something coming out of Fisher's car on the top end. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman. Looking for you to the staging lanes, please. Top Sportsman. To the lanes, come on down. Cars, you should be making your way to the lanes if you're not there yet. Top Sportsman. Looking for you to the staging lanes. Mike Warham. Dennis Lund getting ready to come up. Another runner out of the Quad Cities. Another in the gang out of Bettendorf. Warham with it. Dave Urhara. Chassis machine. The Sauter Racing entry. For Earl and the rest of the gang over there on the O'Reilly side, getting ready to come up next.
Get the high performance you're looking for at a price you won't believe from Jegs High Performance. Free shipping makes it easy. Dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. Tire covers, logbooks, parts, and more parts. 100% guaranteed with free shipping. The place for performance, Jegs.
the racetrack. That means we're ready to go back here on this end of the racetrack. Mike Warham, this Lund get ready to roll in. See if we can keep this onslaught of absolutely stellar numbers going down the racetrack. 21 cars so far. All but 5 of them quicker than the quickest ever field. And a 1 car dipping into the 5-second zone, which is a no-no. 598 at 232. 6 flat is the quickest you can run in the category. So Mike's done his burnout there on the O'Reilly side. Dennis has done his burnout here in the Toyota lane. Whoops. Mikey didn't go anywhere. Dennis Lund, leisurely 7:16 lap at 184. A little tire shake off the line, but still going ahead and legging it out down the racetrack. So Mike goes in on the bottom half or the second sheet of the qualifying here at our Spitzer Top Dragster category. Again, top sportsman. Need your lanes, please. Top sportsman. Need you to the staging lane. Shauna Snyder, Joe Fisher. Lucky Joe Fisher here on the right side. Machine out of Elkhart, Indiana. Blown, Hemi, Spitzer car there in the O'Reilly line. Lucky Joe. Racingrvs.com. Owner, operator, and sponsor for the National Points Chase for our top dragster and top sportsman champions this year. Joe and Tom and Patty and the rest of the gang of RacingRVs.com stepping up to sponsor the national championship. They race the categories as well. Joe here on the right side. Talked earlier, he had all sorts of a weekend. Call Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. You've been called now. Come on down, Comp. We need you to lanes, please. Capable of getting down track quicker than our quickest ever bump spot. Telling you. Gonna be a .642 by Joe. 220 miles per. Joe goes to number 15. That's because Shauna goes to number 1. 6'10", 231 miles an hour. I stand corrected. Joe's number 14 on the qualifying sheet. We still got to take that Richard Edwards run off of the qualifying page. Nice lap. Number 1 qualifier. Woohoo! They're happy. The vintage trailer, folks. 6'10", 231 miles an hour. Marty Cheeseman, though, still got that top speed at 232. Snyder and the gang, they're just missing that top speed mark. Joe goes in number 14, 220 miles an hour out of the RacingRVs.com entry.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those wind lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
Brodix, Steve Schmidt, top sportsman car. The Ford Escort ZX2 over here on the right-hand side with 738 cubic inches of a whole lot of blue oil underneath the hood out of that T&A Ford machine. And Ricky Corn out of Paducah, Kentucky, pulling up in his Avenger. Avenger with 738 cubic inches of Hemi power. Everybody's keeping it in the family. Corn with the Mopar, Larry with the Ford. A former quarter-mile contestant on the liquid quarter-mile, the drag boat Pro Mod class. Former champion there. Doing something here on the asphalt quarter mile that you couldn't do on the liquid quarter mile, and let's do a burnout and back up. A little tough with the boats. Canolti, Corn leading us off. First round. Top sportsman qualifying. Top dragster round one in the books. Cop Eliminator, you've been called to the lanes, please. Cop Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Light up the bulb and send it down the racetrack. Canolti off and running with the Ford. You can see a little sachet out of the gate he lifts. 688, 202 miles an hour by Corn. 1029 by Larry and the Ford. 82 miles an hour. The Ford just flat. Up on the tires. Whipping her around a little bit. Larry says, hey, there's another session coming up a little bit later on. We'll just come back and do it then. So Corn goes 688, 202. Take the provisional pole, but Rob Mercier and Tom Harger sit and wait patiently for their shot at the racetrack. And it looks like Rob's car got problems. Chevelle going backwards. rather than forwards. Tom Harger's machine went forward and now won't go backwards. Enough to make a person go, Harger, who was still in competition from our Indy event, made the tow over to Norwalk. Get a little race action in. They helped Tom get pushed backwards after the burnout. Tom continuing to push backwards after the burnout, and that's not a good sign. They've already pushed Messavere's machine back. So we may go 0 for 2. Can't back up. They shut him off, and he'll be back for session number 2 coming up a little bit later. Rob into the water box for his burnout. They'll push him back, and he'll be back for session number 2 coming up a little bit later. We'll be back. Tim Kerman, Brandon Baxter. Rolling up next, Brandon, another Illinois-based runner. Dodge Daytona-bodied machine for Brandon and Don and Eric. 572 cubic inch Mopar. We got 2 burnouts done. Got both drivers backing up from them. Looking pretty good now. Top sportsman class to keep pace with the numbers we were putting down in our top dragster category. Everybody just seemed to be wicked quick going down the racetrack. So far, 2 down, 4 started, 6 started. .202 by Tim. Herman goes in. 6-second run, 200 miles an hour. Brandon Baxter, Dodge, 741. 184. Again, Cop Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Competition Eliminator should be in the staging lanes. Getting ready to come up because, well, it's about that time. runner out of Homer Glen over here on the right side in the Camaro. Otfer on that pair. Robbie coasted through. Alex Bosick. Up on the left-hand side, 762 cubic inch Hemi. Mike Beatty's machine, the Cutlass. Over here on the right side, the Holbrook engine, Jerry Haas. Pro stock chassis entry in the Cutlass. Mikey coming down from Michigan, looking to see what he can do. All Pittman start coming to life here. Big motored Hemi. 712, 190 for Sean Brady. That goes through 702 and 197. Mike goes into the 3 spot. Sean goes into the 4 spot. Benjamin Board and Paul Pittman, a pair of new Camaro bodied entry. Board out of Overland Park, Kansas. Taking the toe to Joliet rather than out to Great Bend for some competition this weekend. Pittman out of Bloomington, Minnesota. Taking a toe down, he and Pat Hughes. Running a twist and shout, gorgeous. Camaro here on the right-hand side. Paul says he wants to sell this car and build a new one. $828 cubic inch Sunny-built power plant. All coming in. Alternate down at Beach Bend last weekend for the Fast Ford. Ended up taking the money home, 660. 214 miles an hour by Paul. Benjamin goes 650 at 213 miles an hour. So side by side. New number 1 and number 2 qualifier. Yeah, but don't go anywhere. Don't be cashing that number 1 qualifying check. I say that because here comes Lester. Lester out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, with the last name of Johnson. 521 cubic inch Bel Air. They're on the right-hand side, and this machine is wicked fast and wicked quick. 620s, 220 miles an hour, not unexpected out of that chop-top Bel Air. Andy Horn out of Delaware. Of course, we all know is in Ohio and not on the East Coast. 2010 Mustang. Bodied entry, and this is another one. All Ford, all the time. For Lester, that's not a Chevrolet-powered shoebox car. This sports a 521 cubic inch Hemi in the engine compartment. Toyota lane. New number 1 qualifier. Could be. Might be. Possibly. 636, 224, 668 by Andy. There's your new number 1 qualifier. 636.3, 224 miles an hour. Andy goes into the number 4 spot. 668 at 205. And the beat goes on. Understand we got another one in the tower that doesn't want to fire. Tim Mulder, Pontiac. Take a single lap down the racetrack. Cars are assigned their qualifying order. They need to be ready to go when their time is allotted. You cannot run in your allotted time spot or allotted spot in your qualifying session. We'll see you next time around. Tough break there for the Julius team. They'll push the Monte Carlo off the track and out of the way, and we'll be back for round number 2 coming up a little bit later on. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Competition Eliminator. You're not in the lanes, you're tardy. You're late. Need to see you on the staging lanes. Competition Eliminator. Come on down. Our alcohol dragsters, funny cars, our Pro Fuel Harleys, Pro Stock snowmobiles still to come. Our first session to qualify. The tires. There's a little do-si-do coming off the lines. Tim will coast it on down. Won it all down in Charlotte a couple of years back. 1164. At least puts his name on the qualifying sheet. Julius's Chevrolet getting pushed down the Chase Road. We'll see him back up a little bit later on. So it's Lester and Benjamin and Paul and Andy. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So far, Rick Soka. Soka out of Montgomery, Illinois. They were the team looking for that rocker arm a while ago. Looks like they probably found it. If not, they're picking it real good. Scotty Wasco, the underwriter out of Columbia Station. Put the Chevy Lumina bodied entry over here on the right-hand side. Dragster needs you to the staging lanes now, please. Top alcohol dragster, your turn to come on down. There goes Rick. There goes Scott. It's side-by-side lap, 694 for Soika at 198 miles an hour. 706, 162 by Scotty Wasco. Moves into the number 9 spot. Rick into the number 7 spot. They're already coming to life with their burnout. Chad Becker and Kenyon Dinkle. Coming out of Big Bend, Wisconsin. Young man's already got that billboard hanging out in front of his house. His accountant. 825 cubic inch, big motored, 68 Camaro. Power plant coming out of Steve Schmidt's race shop in Kenyon. College professor over on the right-hand line. None of my college professors had any interest in drag racing. Kenyon on the right side, the Cavalier. Out of Terre Haute. Be going anywhere quickly. Kenyon Dinkle, 692 lap, a 204 out of the Cavalier. Chad stops the timers eventually at the 14-second run. Again, Alcohol Dragster. Need you to lanes, please. Alcohol Dragster. Need to remind all of our Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car team owners to make sure your crew and yourself are accurately wavered at the sign-in desk, please. Booth right next to the staging lanes. If you would do so, we would appreciate it. Kenyon goes to the number 6 spot. Chad goes in number 16, Ron Biondo, and Steve Jaeger. Dallas, New Paris, New Barcelona. Well, there's a New London, Wisconsin to go along with New Paris, Indiana. I guess the folks in New London didn't like the old London. Steve Jaeger, maintenance supervisor out of Wisconsin, making a toe down with his Monte Carlo machine. And Ron Biondo, Ohio-based. Another one of the Lumina bodied machines there on the left-hand side. Side by side. Now we're cooking. I like it this way. Ron Biondo, 689, 199. Steve Jaeger, 693 at 197. So our top 10 all in that 6-second zone. On a pretty good tear of late, winning the NMCA race down in Bowling Green a couple of weeks ago. 3 weeks ago to be exact. Went some pretty good distance in competition. The dragstersforsale.com Mustang here on the Toyota side with some distance at the race in Norwalk. Running strong down in Bowling Green last weekend. He's up alongside Steve Lehman, another Wisconsin-based runner. Time in that chop top, first generation Camaro there on the left-hand side. Dragstersforsale.com for Mark goes 681, 201 miles an hour. He's up to the number 5 spot. 710 for Steve Lehman's machine. 201, stopping the timers over on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. So Mark goes to 5. Steve goes to number 14. Randy Promozic and John Hochstetler. Dodge Stratus here on the right-hand side. Promosic. Willoughby Hills, Ohio. 77-year young gentleman over there on the left-hand lane. Coming out, mixing it up with the rest of the kids. For Promosic at 209, 737 for Hochstetler's Mopar car. Randy goes to the number 4 spot. Hochstetler into the number 17 spot. Powers Transport entry and Mick Snyder, just like we had earlier. Talking about Lester Johnson's Shoebox Chevrolet. Great opportunity for our driver to step up and be a number 1 qualifier. You have to say that about Mick's machine over here on the right-hand side. 63 Corvette, split window, a stout race car. Timmy Wise out of Ohio, the pizza shop owner. All I can say is must be a heck of a pizza shop with some good pizza. In fact, that doesn't sound bad. 632 cubic inch Ford over there for Wise. Finished number 7 in the point standings last year. Leisurely Friday afternoon cruise, 6, 12, 232 miles an hour, low ET, and top speed of the meet so far. Snyder goes to the number 1 spot. That lap down the racetrack. Stout run to get him there. Timmy Wise goes in, 697. 198 miles an hour. And for Tim, that's good for the number 14 position. This point in time, here's Tommy Turner out of Florida and Jeff Sexton up, the runner out of Ohio here in the Toyota side. Making his run, the Naples, Florida-based runner, the giant motor. Biggest motor on the grounds this weekend, I do believe. For Tommy and Terry, 904 cubic inch two-step power plant. Underneath the hood of that Pontiac GXP. 677, 209 by Tommy. Sexton goes 695. Turner up to the 7 spot. Jeff into the number 15 spot. We go into our final pair. 28 cars going to answer the bell for the opening session. Tom Vanacora. Hot rod up there on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Got Ryan Hill coming up from Valparaiso. The Firebird over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Run for the flat-out gasket. Fast forward tomorrow. Both top dragster and top sportsman. Pro Fuel Harley. Alcohol dragster. Need you to the lanes, please. Pro Fuel Harley and Alcohol dragster. the staging lanes. Looks like our alcohol dragster's already there. Gets it back in, goes 703 at 198 for Ryan. On and off the throttle, making his way down the racetrack to a 918 lap. Tom goes in 18. Ryan goes in down at the bottom of the sheet in the license lap. Getting ready to come up next. Out now, trying to make his licensing laps, getting qualified for his NHRA competition. Base runner making his way down from the snow country. Doing 18 miles an hour. See some guys out here in front of the tire shaking their head yes. They'd sign off on that. Pretty good lap down the racetrack. Good enough that it could be a number 5 qualifying effort if it weren't a licensing lap. Kruger goes straight and true, 665, 218 miles an hour. Called dragster. Getting ready to come up next. Comp Eliminator. Alcohol Funny Car. Pro Stock Snowmobile. Get ready to continue to rock and roll our way through day number 1, qualifying session number 1 for these cars. And competitors. Riley side, Toyota side of the racetrack. Getting a little fresh rubber. We'll be ready to go.
Strength, durability, and repairability are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the industry. Brodix products have been proudly made in the USA for over 45 years, and with our contingency program, it pays to run Brodix. Brodix utilizes its own state-of-the-art foundry with in-house spectrometer, modernized CNC machining centers, calibrated flow bench, and computerized dyno for continuous research and development. Find Brodix on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
Comp Eliminator coming at us now. Double D altered turbo. That is a 4-cylinder turbocharged Honda Accord bodied machine for Kerry Bales, Indiana-based runner on the Toyota side of the racetrack, and Bob Buck. We talk about going from one end of the spectrum to the other. Turbocharged four-cylinder, a great big 500 cubic inch A dragster. Look who's set out the last couple of years. Cop eliminator action. Engine builder out of Illinois. Builds engines, ships them all across the world for competition. Look up on the left side. First race out. 2016 season. Pro Start chassis. Of course, Bob Buck Racing. Springs little four-cylinder turbo up. Top eliminator. 651, 212 by Bob going down the racetrack. Nice lap to hustle through. 807 by Kerry. 156 miles an hour. Book at 52 under the index. On his first shot down track. Of course, our comp eliminator runners running for the Jerry Arnold Memorial Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. TL Smith Excavating, C-Tech, Total Seal, Camp Plain Machine, Quick Fuel Technology, Ray Skillman Auto Group, Indy Gear, Liberty Gears, T&E Auto Haulers, just some of the sponsors, putting a little extra activity into the Cop Eliminator Bonus Fund. Brian Stuffelbeam and Brian Brow bring their Cop Eliminator cars up. A Cotto Altered and a D Dragster. You love comp. Well, looks like they're out chasing down that Honda at the top end of the quarter mile. Get him off of the racetrack before we send Brian and Brian down track. 4.3 V6 machine for Brian Brow over there on the left-hand side. The O'Reilly side machine coming out of Lafayette, and Brian Stuffelbeam. The A Cotto Altered 23T here on the right-hand side, the Toyota lane. Get our Jerry Arnold Cop Eliminator Bonus Fund. Bullet Racing cabs, Roller Competition engine, Butner Auto Sales, Cohen Racing, Brow Bellhausen, Book Racing Enterprises, Billingsley Car Wash, some of the others that help make it possible. And give our comp cars a little bit of something else to shoot for. Now, we talked about Bob Book's car. First time out here in 2016. Brian Brow. Season got off to a late start as well. They made their first race. Brian and Debbie, that is, down at Bowling Green last weekend. Did not compete the opening race in Indy. Did not compete the second race up in Norwalk. For Brian, his first divisional competition here in 2016, coming here at Route 66 Raceway. 6th annual. Burned down at sundown here at Route 66. So Stuffelbeam right side, Brow on the left line. 14 cylinders, 8 tires and wheels, getting ready to head from here to there. $37. 173, 723 by Brow. Brow at 63 under the index. Stuffelbeam at 54 under. Comp Eliminator, a little bit of, hey, if you got the parts and the pieces. Big V8, little V8, 4 cylinders, turbochargers. Superchargers, fuel-injected engines, carbureted engines, 6 cylinders, 4 cylinders, dragsters, roadsters. Speaking of roadsters, Bill Rymanep. Hot rod out of La Crosse. National Guardian Life Insurance machine. Beautiful 34 Chevy Roadster. And Jim Promozic. Ohio-based runner up in the Cobalt C-altered automatic machine. Over here on the right-hand side. Got a small block Chevrolet for Promozic. You got an even smaller small block Chevrolet over on the left-hand side for Rymanap. It's all about how low you can go against the index. Rymanap's 840, 154 lap. 750 by Promozic. Bill goes 64 under the index up to the number 1 spot. Promozic 43 under. Bob Bailey's A Dragster automatic and Rick Brown's B Truck automatic for Rick, Redditch, Tom Perdue, and the rest of the gang out of Ohio. But this truck started building it back in 2000. Finished it up in 2001. Built it for the Pro Stock Truck Wars. Got the truck finished just in time for the category to be eliminated from competition. They got to compete the last few races ever of the category. Back in 2001, now instead of a 358 small block, it's got a 318 cubic inch small block. Runs in the category of B Truck Automatic. Of course, coming off the win over Norwalk. Rick, of course, the defending champ in that little truck. Bob Bailey's dragster. And he's third in the division last year. Won our comp eliminator. Shootout down at Bowling Green last year. The Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear shootout. 4 drivers who accumulated the most points in all of competition. Just like they're doing this year. 654 by Bailey. 209 miles an hour. Brown goes 839 at 163. Rick's 48 under the index. Bailey at 62 under, up to the number 3 spot. Pete Pollock, another C-altered automatic. And Mark Kirkman, A dragster automatic. Pete and Dave. Kirkman over here on the right-hand side. Mike Baugh's chassis craft machine. A dragster automatic with a 500 cubic inch Ford sitting in the rail. And I got to tell you, that is a unique combination. .207 miles an hour for Mark Kirkman. Hustling right on down the racetrack. Pete Pollock goes 781. 175. Pete's 12 under. That's kind of soft. Kirkman goes 66 under the index with an A dragster automatic. It's good for number 1. Well, at least for now. Here comes Tony Pontillo out of Kenosha. Tony Pontillo out of Kenosha. Back in the days where all the Ramblers were made. B dragster automatic, another Spitzer chassis machine. Greg Camplain out of Mount Comfort RV. He'll be out there making sure he's lined up, sized up, ready to go in his B Econo. Dragster here on the right-hand side. Lights don't mean anything this time around. 694, 191 by Tony. 683, 184 by Camplain. Greg goes 71 under the index. As the expression goes, you want some, come and get it. Tony into the number 8 spot, 51 under the index. For the B dragster machine, Ron Bone, here's your number 1 qualifier, a couple times already this season. In line, Chevrolet 6-cylinder. Power plant like you would find in a late model Chevrolet Trailblazer. Steve Ambrose with an inline 6-cylinder Ford. The 300 cubic inch variety that you found for years and years and years in Ford trucks. I mean, that 300 cubic inch Ford 6-cylinder power plant was a workhorse. Steve Ambrose, Bob Uton, Jay Altered automatic, little 23T out of Varsity Ford. Taking a tow over from Woodhaven, Michigan. You got a 6-cylinder Roadster, a 6-cylinder Dragster. 765, 172 by Ron, 775 by Steve. Ron's 65 under, Steve's 65 under. Down track side by side, to end up side by side on the qualifying sheet. Ron at 65.9, Ambrose at 65.0 under the index. Terry Smith and Mike Farrell alongside each other now. Terry out of Liberty Township. Over Ohio Way, an 8 dragster automatic. And a big motored Chevrolet for Bob Book. And a big motored Ford for Mark Kirkman. We got Terry Smith's a dragster automatic with a 500 cubic inch Mopar. Telling you, Cop Eliminator. If you got the parts and pieces, build yourself a race car. We'll find a category for it. Mike Farrell's B Street Roadster. They're on the right-hand side for him and Dad CJ, longtime campaigner. Pro Fuel Harley, alcohol dragster. Should be in the lane. See our alcohol dragsters and our Pro Fuel Harleys coming up in just a bit. All funny car will be right behind it. Farrell's machine. Wanting to leave a little twitchy and go right. Went straight this time, 779 to 169. Terry's Mopar car over there in the left lane. A little wig and a little wag when it left the starting line. And let's just say once you get that pendulum effect going with a dragster, it's not a good thing. 925 and 96 miles an hour. Mike goes in, 62 under the index. That's good for the number 7 spot. 16 cars down track so far. David Billingsley and Jeremy Bailey. Another Steve Schmidt. Power plant and a dragster. Another A Econo dragster and another big motored Chevrolet. Billingsley out of Decatur, Illinois. Part of the sponsorship of that Jerry Arnold Memorial Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. Car wash owner and operator over Decatur Way. 4-cylinder Chevrolet Camaro. Yes, indeed. 2-time division champ, past U.S. Nationals champion. Billingsley picking up that 4-cylinder Ecotec combination. Al altered the category. 154 for Billingsley. Jeremy goes through 665, 205 miles an hour. Jeremy at 65 under, good for the number 4 spot. Billingsley goes 64 under. That's good for the number 7 position. Saw Kerry Bales up a little bit ago with the Honda-powered Accord-bodied machine. Here's Brian Simonek with his Honda-powered dragster. F-Dragster automatic there on the left side. And Todd France, your reigning division champion. Up in the Pontiac G5 out of the Irvin Johns race stables. You want to be number 1 qualifier in comp right now, you've got to go 71 under the index. I'm going to tell you, boys and girls, that's stout. I mean, Simonek needs to be running an 8-0. Todd France needs to be in the 850s. .921 by Todd. Only 112. He shut it off. 885 by Brian at 150 miles an hour, and he's got a little ways to go to get down to that 8.0 range. Another altered machine, this time a 4-cylinder for Chad Vogus. Chad's car over on the Toyota side. We'll go 4-cylinder racing and Cop Eliminator. Here's your recipe. Yourself a 32 Bantam bodied and chassis car. Take a 500 cubic inch all aluminum race engine, put it on a table and use a bandsaw to cut it in half. They got 4 cylinders. Build everything else to make it a competitive K-altered automatic. Well, that's what Chad Morris did over at Vogus Racing. K-altered automatic, 32 Bantam here on the right side. Jim Greenheck, C-altered, and an automatic, and that Chevrolet Camaro for our C-Tech. Manufacturing an aluminum cabinets runner out of Schofield. Up Badger State Way. Cylinder up in the power curve, 764, 170. 727 by Greenheck. The record in the C-altered automatic class is a 723. So Jim's not far away. He's 66 under the index. Chad Vogus is 66 under the index. Side-by-side down track, side-by-side on the qualifying sheet. Jim to 3, Chad to 4. 22 cars down the racetrack. Here comes Troy Galbraith. Talked earlier when Rick Brown was up in the truck about him being your defending champ. The gentleman that went to the final round with him last year and came up just that short. Of course, Rick and Troy ended up meeting each other in the finals at Indy again this year. 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? I've lost track of time. Troy, another B dragster automatic. The runner out of Indianapolis, making the tow up from Circle City. Another Spitzer chassis machine, another mouse-motored Chevrolet. 80 lap. 176 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Still goes 66 under, and that's good for the number 5 spot. So Champlain, Kirkman, Greenheck, Bogus, Galbraith, Ron Bones, 6-cylinder machine. Jeremy Bailey, Steve Ambrose, Bill Rymanep, and David Billingsley. Your top 10 so far, here's Jim Smith. Olds Friends Embodied Machine, a D altered automatic this time around. Plethora of C altered automatics, but our first D altered automatic here in competition. .835 lap and $1.56 for James. He'll be back a little bit later for round number 2. Cop Eliminator qualifying. Session into the books. Greg Champlain at 71 under the index. Unofficially leading the pack. We've got to double check everybody's tech card, make sure we have them in the right class. I do believe most everybody checked out that time going down the racetrack. Don O'Neill firing in a message on our D3 TV All Access at gmail.com. Are you really checking email? Yes, we are. Dragstersforsale.com. Motorsports Marketing Managers. We fire up first of our Pro Fuel Harleys. Kirsten Helwig out of Pulaski, Wisconsin. First general manager up at Doc's Harley Davidson, up Wisconsin way. We're climbing aboard. 121 cubic inches of Pro Fuel Harley Davidson. To me, there's just something about a category. When the driver fires up the bike, standing off to the side. Once it gets running, he climbs on, or she climbs on, as the case might be. But literally wears a bulletproof vest to ride the machine in case the engine comes apart and throws parts and pieces up at the chest. A little sluggish off the line. Kirsten keeps leaning into that throttle, though. 887 at 155 miles an hour. So Kirsten goes up to the number 1 spot. Gary Stroud and Dave Larson getting ready to come up. Next pair. Kirsten cleared the top end of the racetrack. Over there on the east end of the Route 66 Raceway. Quarter mile. The machine comes to life. The runner out of Indiana there on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Dave Larson out of Topeka, Kansas. Making a tow up and over. He'll lay his bike down off the jack stand. David rolls forward. do his burnout now. David during the week, a Harley technician. Stroud during the week, a motorcycle shop owner. Both gentlemen highly involved in the iron horse industry during the week and on the weekends. Stroud's Pro Fuel Harley there on the left side. Gary's got issues. David doesn't. 775, 160 miles an hour for Larson. Taking his machine down the racetrack. Gary's got issues. They're going to push the Indiana-based runner backwards. See him again tomorrow for session number 2. So David steps up with a 775, moves around Kirsten's bike, where she had problems getting the bike up and running. Finally cranked the throttle open a little bit from about half track on. Ready to work their way down the racetrack right now. 738, 177 by Jeanette, 749 for Dennis. And it goes to the number 1 spot for the lady who claimed the championship last year. Fisher goes into the number 2 ranking with our Pro Fuel Harley machines. But underneath the tower looks like Alcohol Dragster. Getting ready to come up next. We get into our Alcohol Dragster. Round 1 of qualifying. The funny cars right behind them. Pro Stock Snowmobile will be rolling in behind them. making sure it's clean, lean, mean, and green, and ready to go. Drivers in the cars, suited up and ready to go. Good from here to there. A little fresh water down in the water box. Brad goes over to sit down and have a chat. Top alcohol dragster, round number 1, Wayne Butler. Dean Dubbin getting ready to light our first pair. Injected nitro. O'Reilly's side, blown alcohol. And the Toyota line. We bring them to life. Car comes to life. They need to build a little bit of heat in the motor. Ford Dubbin's machine out of Minnesota rolls in. Fires up. Central McGowan, DMP awnings. Blower sitting up on top, methyl alcohol in the fuel tank. Butler's ride out of Forest City, Illinois. Samsel car. Over on the left-hand side, injected nitromethane. Two different power plants allowed here in the alcohol dragster category. See who's got what for the combination today. From Alcohol Funny Car, where he was runner-up here a year ago. The long, skinny car this weekend. Butler Motors through 5:38, 269 miles an hour. Nice lap. 5:59 by Dubbin and the gang. 223 miles an hour. Wayne jumps up. 5:38, you can see some smiles over there on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Fist pumping. They like that to start off with for the runner-up last year at Alcohol Funny Car, making a move over to the long skinny cars this year. So that makes them happy. Thumbs up, smiles, and high fives. 5:38, 269. Nice lap down the racetrack. Tony Bogolo won the Alcohol Funny Car final here last year over Wayne Butler. Wayne's like, well, if you can't win in the funny cars, let's go run in the dragster, see what that does. Eric Volmer coming up, the V&M Racing entry next. Illinois-based machine there on the left-hand side. JP, John Paul, the MGM Grand Detroit. Entry over here on the right-hand lane. Toyota side of the racetrack, and the call goes out, fire the next pair of cars. We will qualify the quick 8. Alcohol dragsters here this weekend. Let me tell you, it has been a battle royal just to make the field so far this year. Extremely quick. Norwalk a couple of weeks ago. JP and Eric. If I remember correctly, JP made the show up in Norwalk. Eric didn't. Engine builder JP over here on the right-hand side. That's a gorgeous MGM Grand. Detroit, Michigan. MGM Grand, that is. Over here on the right-hand side, 638. You want to be number one, got to go quicker than that. Want to get in the show. That'd be a good time to do it. A little bit cooler air, the sun off the racetrack. Track starting to tighten up. Let's see what they got. .556, 257 for JP. Eric's machine gets down there just about the half-track mark, and you can see it go puff and bang and pop and, well, all the rest of those things that you really don't want to see. So Eric slows up to an 882. We'll check the track. Ray Conley, we have your pulley here in the tower. Ray Conley. We have your pulley here in race control. So Wayne Butler leading the pack with that 538. JP goes to number 2. Steve Dubbin sits 3. 4 cars down the racetrack. Got half of our field. Ray Hack and Krista Baldwin sits and wait patiently. .22-year-old Krista Baldwin out of Upland, California. Driving Tony DeCero's car. Over here on the right-hand side, a pair of injected nitro machines. Krista's already had some pretty good laps this year going down the racetrack. Car has been quick. Doesn't necessarily mean she's going to do it today. She's been down in the 520s already. Of course, when you come from a lineage and a family that includes the Golden Greek, Chris Carmesini's, we're still trying to follow along in the footsteps. A lady out of Upland, California, and Ray Hack out of Indiana. Ray rolls in, left-hand side. Another Davey hard chest. Chris to go ahead and pull on forward. Like problems with the race car, not wanting to pull forward. Chris will shut it off. Ray will make a competition by run. See the pipes get wet down at the other end of the racetrack. 6:15. 203 miles an hour for Ray. So problems for Krista's car. Came to life, did the burnout. Didn't want to pull forward and stage. She'll be back tomorrow. A couple of shots at qualifying. See if she can make the show. Wayne Butler's 38. With a funny car driver, turned alcohol dragster pilot. Still leading the pack. 5 cars in. But here comes Jared Dreher and Marty Thacker. Their life could get interesting. Marty coming off the win in Indy. What, 4 weeks ago? Dreher Motorsports. Indiana-based, injected nitro car there on the left-hand lane, the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. And again, the injected car comes to life first. They build a little heat in the power plant. They fire up the ejected car on gasoline. Get a little heat built in the cylinders. Check the gauges. Get up to temperature. They give a thumbs up to Marty Thacker's crew over here on the right-hand side. The Illinois-based runner with the blown alcohol car out of Total Flow product. Marty, of course, a multi-time U.S. Nationals champion. And Marty a couple of times over. Jegs All-Star champ. Marty like to put another win on his ledger. Race number 3. You leave here with 2 wins in 3 races. Sunday night, I'm sure they'd put a smile on the face. But then again, there's a few other cars here that might have something to say about it. Four in the division last year. Marty finished number 7 in the country. Dreher up in smoke immediately. Thacker hustling right down the groove. 5:36, 267 miles an hour. And again, the smiles, the high fives, and the slapping of hands down there. Tough break for Jared and the gang. That car jumped up on the tires and just would not settle back down. So Marty goes to number 1. 5:36.9, 267. Butler still holding on to that top speed at 269. JP and Dean, Ray Hack, Eric Vollmer, and Jared Dreher. 7 cars down the track so far. Cars who finished 1 and 2 in the division last year. Tedesco and Brandon Boer. Although I got to tell you, coming off the race in Norwalk a couple of weeks ago, completely different results. Brandon making to the final round where he took home the Wally. Mia ending up with a DNQ for the event as she did not make the show. At Norwalk, and Brandon, who won the show at Norwalk, Brandon ended up just a few points behind me in the division points chase last year. Me, of course, your defending event champion. She ran Chris Demke in the finals here a year ago. I got to tell you, Dave Arata and the crew over there got to be looking for a little redemption after not making the show up in Norwalk. Brandon just wanted to keep the string alive. Essence. We need you to the lanes if you're not there. Pro Stock Snowmobile. And for you to the staging lanes, please. And our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp shootout contestants for round number 1. Mia left side. Brandon right lane. Ooh, Mia's looking better. Brandon's looking pretty good. 5:24. 279 miles an hour. I said Mia's looking better. That's a pretty healthy get well run out there for the lady who did not qualify. Dave Arata and crew not making the show in Norwalk, coming back with a resounding response here. The CarsProtectionPlus.com. Mia goes to number 1 by a 10th plus. Brandon goes into the number 4 spot. Eric Vollmer's 8-second lap becomes the bump after one session. Jared Dreher not in after going up in smoke. A couple more qualifiers tomorrow, though, because, well, boys and girls, we're not done. Hey, if you got a crew that needs to be fed, or if you guys are just a little hungry, Papa John's serving whole pizzas for $15 for an hour. Got until 7 o'clock. Pick up a whole pizza over at Papa John's underneath the pit side grandstands. One whole pizza, $15. Chris King, Rick Cortino rolling in now. Chris out of Chicago, hometown runner. and Cortino out of Illinois, the Cortino Racing. Firebird here on the right-hand side is our first pair of alcohol funny cars. Come to life. Sitting in the cockpit there, the crew guy giving him the thumbs up to go ahead and do the burnout. Only problem was the crew guy wasn't out of the way yet. So Rick sat and waited patiently for that to take care of. Chris King on the left. First pair, alcohol funny car. And King, a couple of gentlemen that don't get to get out and play much in the alcohol funny car ranks. Great opportunity here at their hometown track. These races out of Illinois. On and off the throttle, a 598 for Chris King at 237. Cortino on and off the throttle and then off again, 746. Buck 34 for speed over here on the Toyota side of the racetrack. So nice lap by Chris. Lead us off, get us rolling. Again, Pro Stock Snowmobile needs you to the lanes, please, along with our shootout contestants. Our Draw and Racers for Christ. Mosier Engineering, Shootout and Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Looking for all 24 of you. Make your way to the staging lanes, please, plus the Pro Stock Snowmobiles. We go from a couple of gentlemen that do it part-time, Chris King and Rick Cortino, to a couple of gentlemen that, well, do it full enough time that top 10 finishers in the country last year for both. Lombardo, Rick Jackson and the gang out of California. The Napa Auto Parts. Chevrolet Camaro here on the Toyota side of the racetrack. John, your Central Region champion. Picking up the trophy this year at the awards banquet in Kansas City. Finished number 2 in the country. Jay Payne, the Peak Antifreeze and Coolant. Entry for he and Shelley, another California-based runner. Another Chevrolet Camaro bodied entry. There on the left-hand side, and Jay finished 10 in the national points chase a year ago. With John a couple of weeks ago. Kansas Nationals at Heartland Park, Topeka. A former U.S. Nationals champ. Grew up racing stock. Played the national championship in alcohol dragster. Running the alcohol funny car now for a number of years. John with Rick Jackson in the game has become a very stout competitor in the alcohol funny car battle. Continually a top 5 car, continually a regional champion. 50 laps out of both or either car would not surprise me here. Six by Jay. I got to tell you, Lombardo's numbers a little skewed as the car rolling right on through, lit the red bulb way early. 6:12 was the elapsed time, but 2:64 was the speed. So Jay goes to number one with the 5:66. Looks like they may have a little bit of work to do to get ready for tomorrow's second session. John and the gang may loosen that one up a little bit in the clutch department, let him sit a little bit longer on the line without it tugging him right on through. Riley Lane, see if Jay's machine was a big puff of smoke out of the headers or if he put anything down on the racing surface. Certainly got a little cloudy down there at the finish line behind the peak antifreeze and coolant machine. We'll check the O'Reilly side before we get ready with our next pair. Ray Drew, Todd Robertson, number one and number two in the division last year. Robertson carrying 31 on the side of the car. Raymond finishing second. Getting out of Hales Corners, Wisconsin there on the left-hand side. Getting top end of the racetrack, getting checked out before we get ready to continue on. One of Alcohol Funny Car. Pro Stock Snowmobile. Mosier Engineering, Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Cop Shootout. Contestants looking for AW in each category. Come on down. Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Cop Shootout contestants, we need you to the lanes, please. And again, a reminder, Papa John's serving whole pizzas for the next hour. $15. $15 pizza. Feed the crew. Feed yourself. Feed the kids. $15. Get it done. Like the top end gets the official okie dokie. The Eaton gang over here on the right-hand side. Monte Carlo body back on for Todd. Ray Drew, the Ray Drew Racing. KW Manufacturing. Hales Corner, Wisconsin-based machine there on the left. That Mustang body. Stretching it out a little bit down track. Getting her back. Robertson's just a little bit shorter to Monte Carlo. Eaton machine over here on the Toyota side. Looks like an army behind the car. See what they can do. Ray Drew, a little shimmy and shake out of the gate. 563, 253 by Robertson, 570 by Drew. Todd goes to number 1, moves right in front of Jay Payne's hot rod. Ray goes to number 3 with that 570 lap, right behind Jay Payne. So 2 good side by side. Raymond with a little shuffle off the starting line. But Todd Robertson's Eaton crew, you can see all them smiling as they walk back here and get back into the rig. Get ready to go down and get their divisional champion driver. Chris Foster. Scott McVeigh sit and wait patiently. I waited for him to fire the pair before I was going to bring this up. Scott McVeigh, the runner Ile-des-Shane, Manitoba, coming up on the O'Reilly side. Kind of a unique situation over in Norwalk a couple of weeks back. Due to some bad weather in Indy, we didn't get a run the final round. So we ran it at Norwalk 2 weeks ago. In that final round, Scott McVeigh got the win for the Indy race, but ended up being a DNQ for the Norwalk event. Kind of a weird little time slip to have. Then winner and DNQ on the same slip. Chris Foster, the gang out of Davenport, Iowa. Over here on the right-hand side, Will Hanna turning the wrenches on Scott McVeigh's machine. He's turned a few wrenches on Chris Foster's car over the years. But now over on the other side, and looking to see what can happen next. He wants to get in, does not want to be in DNQ for this race. But then again, there's only 10 cars here this weekend. Not like the 16 that we had at Norwalk. Made it extremely tough to get into the show. Wow. Foster's car up on the tires. 575, 210 by Scott. Sounded like the fuse on that car was about 200 feet short. A little over 1,000 foot down the racetrack before that car went pop. 575 and only 210. That'll put Scott in the show. Number 4 puts Chris Foster, who coasted through with an 859 on the bump. That's not necessarily a good place to be with a couple of cars coming up, Tony Bogelow and Steve Harker. Attention in the pits. Spitzer, top dragster, needs you to the lanes, please. Spitzer, top dragster, needs you back to the staging lanes, please. Again, we check the top end of the racetrack after that last pair goes down. Tony Bogelow been running strong with the Gone Wild entry. Polar compressors. Ohio-based Dodge Avenger car there on the left-hand side. Tony coming off the runner-up Norwalk a couple of weeks ago. And Steve Harker, former national champ, number 5 in the world last year, the transplanted Australian, now living down in Georgia. Next 2 cars sit and wait patiently. I got to tell you, if I'm Rick Cortino or Chris Foster, I'm not necessarily counting my qualifying run today as being good enough to keep me in the show. With these two cars coming up, the way Bogelo's car's been running, the way Steve Harker can get down the racetrack. Look for both of these cars to make a top half qualifying effort. Of course, the reigning champ got a flight back home to Sweden yesterday, setting this weekend out. Johnny Lindbergh picked up the Alcohol Funny Car Championship for 2015. Won the event in Norwalk a couple of weeks back. Flew home to Sweden for the weekend. See him again when he gets back in a couple of weeks. This final pair's Tony Bogolo and Steve Harker. See what they can do to shuffle the field around a little bit. Todd Robertson, number 1 at a 5.63. Jay Payne, 2 at a 5.66. Ray Drew's 5.70 and Scott McVeigh's 5.75. Round out the top half, but only one session here today, and we'll certainly shuffle things around a little bit tomorrow when we get into session 2 and 3. And the call goes out, fire the next pair. Fire in the hole for Tony. Fire in the hole for Steve. Steve Harker, right lane. Final pair, round 1, qualifying. Top Alcohol Funny Car. De-icer on the injector hat for the Polar compressors. Machine there on the left side. Steve Harker's crew likewise. We're getting lined up, staged up, and ready to go. Number 1 qualifier. We've seen the run already. Are we about to? Todd Robertson, 5.63. Lead the pack. So far. Oh, hang on, Steve. Rodeo's down the road a couple miles. 5.95 by Tony. 2.51 will put him into the number 5 spot. Steve Harker on and off the throttle. 7-second run. He didn't even hold on for the full 8 seconds. That Buck and Bronco had him going a little bit of every direction here on the Toyota side. But there's tomorrow. And right now he's number 8, Rick Cortino and Chris Foster. 2 cars right now on the outside looking in. We get ready to go. So round number 2, we'll see them tomorrow. A couple more qualifying sessions for the alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars. But Todd Robertson, your reigning champ, ended up number 1 with 1 session in the books. Jay Payne 2. Ray Drew 3. Scott McVeigh 4. Tony Bogolo jumps up to the number 5 spot. Chris King, John Lombardo, and Steve Harker. And I got to tell you, John Lombardo and Steve Harker sitting at the bottom of the qualifying sheet. Well, that just doesn't quite look right. Kyle Schultz, Rick Woodruff, as we roll into Pro Stock Snowmobile. Try to tell them about drag racing pro stock snowmobiles. They just look at you funny. But here we are. Arctic Cat up on the left-hand side. Rick Woodruff's machine over in the Toyota lane. 834. 154, 836, 154 for Kyle. A couple of hundredths of a second. Rick quicker down the racetrack. As we continue on, Jessica Torlucas out of Innisfil, Ontario, Canada. A educator, early childhood. Celebrating a birthday this weekend. Jessica's got problems aboard her Arctic Cat there on the left side. Ron Bray headed for the other end of the Toyota lane at a rapid rate. 838 to 153. 1056 by Jessica, 142 miles an hour. So Arctic Cat just was not wanting to be a happy camper. Going down the racetrack. Glenn Hall. Matt Ernst. Ernst out of Clinton, Iowa. He's got one of the new turbo Z1 machines. You can hear the difference in them. Glenn Hall's ride out of Gordon, Wisconsin. His Arctic Cat there on the left-hand side. In Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Whoa, hang on, Glenn. Glenn Hall's Arctic Cat, like a magnet, was pulling it towards the center stripe. Goes 920. 142, 825 for Matt Ernst. That'll slide him all the way up to the number one spot. Our final pair gets ready to pull in. Working their way down track. A Skidoo. The left side goes 830 at 152, 875 by Ed. 154 miles an hour, and a little fresh spray goes down as we get ready for our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp Mosier Shootout.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those wind lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
Street. Round one of the shootout getting ready to come up. Top dragster needs you back to the lanes, please. Top dragster needs you back to the staging lane. And welcome to everybody listening in on D3 TV across the country. And I wonder if Johnny's listening over in Sweden. I'd almost bet he is. Dan Hedges first pair out. Our Super Street Drawing Racers for Christ. Super Shootout presented by Mosier. Engineering. 1090's up on the board. The quick 8 cars. After 2 sessions of Super Street qualifying. Duking it out for a little bonus fund. So you can take home the money at the end of the evening. 1090 up on the boards, and away we go. Ricky left side. Dan right lane. Ricky may be in doo-doo. Nope, 1089. Dan goes down, takes a whole lot of racing stripe at the other end. Ship goes 10902. Gets the win as Hedges breaks out. Next pair already up to the line. Scotty Reinshield and Louis Murray. Murray went 10,900 in the second session. Scotty Reinshield pulled up to the line, made 1 lap, went 10,903. Then he ran a 1088. But he was already in. Scotty on the left side, Corvette. Watch the Camaro on the right-hand side. Comes off the line. Looks like it dies. Dead salt. Whoop, here we go again. 2 burnouts, or 2 wheel stands and one lap. That's cool. Murray, top in 10.88.7. Beats a 10.88.5 by 0.02 of a second. Murray moves on. Camaro will be back for the semifinals in just a bit. Rudy Matthews and Gary Fleener. 10.901, the qualifying lap for Rudy. 10.904 for Gary. Winner gets to come back and take on that Murray Camaro in the final 4 of our super shootout. And it's going to be Fleener. Rudy goes red by 0.03 of a second. So it's Fleener and Murray, the battle of the Camaros in the next round. 10.86. Murray went 10.88. They'll both have to work to slow him down a little bit. Who's going to run Ricky Ship? Is it going to be Phil Smida or Alex Miller? Phil up on the left side, 10.90. Alex Miller's had it dialed all day, 90 with the 7 and a 91-2. The Little Monza out of Mansfield. Over to Buckeye State. Ooh, this should be fun. They are perfectly dead even out of the gate. 10.91 lights up 0.07 of a second. 10.91.1 beats a 10.91.8. Miller and Ship in the finals. That was a great side-by-sider. 15 on the tree for both of them. 10.91.1 beats a 10.91.8. 0.07 down at the other end of the racetrack. That's good racing. Super Gas. Coming up next, Troy. Taking on that gorgeous roadster of Dan Outing. Outing's car over there could qualify for our best appearing car award. Then he get his picture taken over in front of the Pit Pal Pit Products machine over there, which is next to the Sunoco fuel trailer and the Who's Your Tire trailer. Because Pit Pal Pit Products sponsors our best appearing car award. Dan's car's a good-looking machine. That's the 34 Willys over there on the left-hand side, taking on Troy Jr. 57 Corvette here on the right-hand side. Well, we got 6 Roadsters and 1 door car. 7 Roadsters, 1 door car. I can't count. Outing on the left side, Troy in the right lane. I will tell you this, one of the drivers was very uncharacteristically late. That was Troy. Dan gets the win, 91.2 beats a 92.3. Dan was better off the line by 18 thousandths, win by 29. So Outing moves on. Troy's day is done. Dave Nelson and Steve Theodore. This one's going to be Steve's because Dave goes red. So Theodore will be back to run Outing in the next round. He goes 10.93. Make that a 9.93. Still got Super Street on my brain. Tyler Schneider and Rob Kropfeld. Rob up in the Corvette right side. 6 Roadsters and 2 door cars. Tyler'd like to win this run, come back and run the Pro. I said he would. It'll be a good battle. 3,000 different out of the gate. And it is going to be Tyler. 989.5 beats a 989.1. Let me do the math. 4 thousandths. Margin of victory. Down at the other end of the racetrack. All right, it's going to be all door cars on this side of the ladder. We got all Roadsters on the other side. Steve Williams and Luke Bogacki pull up. Steve in the Pro. Like to make it an all-door car. Final round. He and Schneider. Ford and Chevrolet. Luke on the right side says, nope. Going to throw another Roadster into the mix. for Mickey Thompson. Huntsville Angels. Charlie Stewart race car. Steve Williams and the pro. Off and running. Everybody say goodnight, Steve. Steve was dead laid out of the gate. You can tell by the numbers. He runs a 991. But Luke gets there first, takes the win with a 999. And we're not talking about the blue light special at Kmart for $9.99 either. So it's Bogacki, Schneider, Outing, Theodore. Final four in our Super Gas, Super Shootout, Super Comp, Super Shootout coming up next. Megan Strike, the dragstersforsale.com entry. They're on the right side. Megan there on the left. Youngster that just graduated. Megan, Larry. First pair, Super Comp, Super Shootout. Megan had a good life. Larry had a perfect life. 893 by Burnshausen, a 177. Megan goes quad eights. Runs a little quick. Larry's knocking down the tree, running at 893.4. Megan comes up just a little short. Justin Mosier taking on Greg Jericaris. They'll be on the other side of the ladder for Burnshausen's perfect light. Gregory on the right side. Toyota Lane out of Batavia. Coming up from Mosier headquarters down in Indiana. Better light, Jericaris. Win light, Mosier. Dead on 2. Greg takes a little bit too much stripe, runs 8. Seems to be a lot of them. 8.902 by Mosier. He'll be back in the final four. Steve Michaels. Chad Lamont. Steve, Chad, Steve. Michaels out of Anoka, Minnesota. The Michaels Family Racing. Answered chassis car over there on the left-hand side. Number 2 qualifier, dead on with a 1. Chad. Illinois-based Lamont trailer sale. Entry here on the right side. Winner's going to come back, run down Larry Burnshausen, who's perfect on fly. Steven's not bad. Neither's Chad. Chad just a skosh better. Steven gets the win light, though. 91.1 beats a 93.2 by 15 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. So it's Steven Michaels. No relation to Al. Goes 891.1. And Larry, who went at 893.4. They'll match up in the semifinals. Jerry Haas, Irene Shelton. The words Irene does not want to hear right now. Good night, Irene. Oop. Jerry goes red. Number 1 qualifier out of here. Irene rotating on, goes 886. 004 on the tree. Second best light to Larry Burnshausen. So Irene Shelton. Mr. Mosier. Stephen Michaels. That perfect light, Larry Burnshausen. Be back for the semifinals in our Super Shootouts. Top dragster. Round number 2. Qualifying, getting ready to come at us now. We continue on. John Biaggi. Mike Coughlin. First pair ready to go. Already coming to life. Mike, your number 4 qualifier. After that first session. Pro Charge Carolina. Biaggi with the Mopar powered machine out of Granville up on the left-hand side. John looking to step up the program a little bit. Knows that 9:57 now. Probably not going to be good enough to do what he wants to do before all is said and done. So first pair, second round, Spitzer race cars, top dragster qualifying. Coming at us now, top sportsman. We'll need you to the lanes, please. We continue on. Biaggi, like we said, 9:57 in the opening round. Looking to pick it up a little bit here because he wants to be down in that 6-second zone where everybody else is. Not even sounding good. 732, 184 by Biaggi. He's going the right direction. 983 by Mike. He's going the wrong direction. Don't know what they did to the car between the first and the second section, but I definitely go back and undo it because it didn't work. 619 in the opening round. And Mike's at number 4. John's up to the 21 spot now. As Al Peebler and Rob Mosher roll in next. Peebler number 13, 641. Rob went a 629 for the Mosher engineering team. Rob the boss man down in Portland. $639 picks up a couple of hunts. $625 by Rob picks up a couple of hunts. Rob up to the 5 spot. Peebler stays number 13. Shanna Snyder's vintage trailer machine leading the pack. Marty Cheeseman 2. Craig Sullivan with that Ford powered car, number 3. Already seen Mike Coughlin, number 4 runner, back up considerably to 9-second lap. Johnny Deakins and Richard Fritz. Richard, problems in the opening round, did not get this dart machine down the racetrack. Fritz on the right side. Red, as he's known. Spitzer chassis combination, blown big block. He'll add his name to the qualifying list this time around. Deakins was number 9. Does he stay number 9? 643, yep. Fritz goes in. 213, the number 15 spot. Deakins 634. Deakins 634. Moves him from number 9 to number 8. So he tightens it up a little bit. Christina Lawyer, a professor of engineering, showing the kids how to do it. 2010 Super Quick champ here in the division. Another Ford power plant. This time the blower sitting up on top of it. Dustin Byers ride. Coming over from Cedar Rapids, another Mike Spitzer chassis hot rod. Dustin right now number 19. Christina right now number 12 on the qualifying sheet. 26 cars so far to qualify. Nothing. Christina trying to improve on a 38, goes 647. That doesn't do it. 660 on a 56. By Dustin, that doesn't do it. He'll stay 19. Christina stays 12. Next pair already into the water box. And away we go. Jimmy Prevost and Kathy Fisher. Kathy got back to the pits, found a slapped her forehead and said, no. Well, sometimes life works out that way. Performance by Fisher. Machine there on the right-hand side. American Race Cars. Armor Coat car. It's at number 7, 633. See if she can step up the pace somewhat. Jim Prevost. Illinois-based runner. 10:05. Jimmy's another one of those runners looking to see if he can step the pace up a little bit. That was a 10:05 lap. Probably not going to be a good enough lap to keep going rounds. We get into eliminations in our Spitzer Race Cars top dragster category. Top Sportsman. Our Brodix, Steve Schmidt, Top Sportsman Cars, need you. To the lanes, if you're not there yet, come one, come all, come on down. $634, 213 by Kathy. No help, but stays dead on consistent. Prevost goes 641. That'll put him in the number 14 spot. He goes from well out in left field to at least in the ballpark now. 641 puts him right in there with Al Peevler and Joe Fisher and Red. Kathy up in the quick 8. Marty Cheeseman. Wayne Sleeger. Bulls in. He's your number 2 qualifier. That's 612 lap. Chuck turning the wrenches on the hot rod. Wayne on a 677 run from earlier. Comp Eliminator. Need you to the lanes now, please. Competition Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes. Come on down, boys and girls. Comp. Need you to the lanes. Top Sportsman, if you're not already there, you should be. You're coming up next. Marty left side. Wayne the right lane. Marty goes 6:04. 233 miles an hour. Say hi to your new number 1 qualifier. Hello. Wayne goes 6:59. He steps up from that 677. Marty Cheeseman, 6:04, 233, low ET, top speed. I think I see a smile on Chuck's face. I would think so after that lap. 6:04, 233 miles an hour, taken that number 1 spot, at least for now. Dennis Lund and Tom Martino getting ready to come up. Lund over on the left side. One of our Quad City runners coming over from Bettendorf. Martino coming over from the Buckeye State. Making sure we got the top end of the racetrack clear before we send the next pair. Comp Eliminator, we need you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman, our Brodix, Schmidt, top Sportsman competitors, as well as our Comp Eliminator cars. Need you to the staging lanes, please.
Tired of the same old grind? The revolutionary True Start Starter by Mazir Enterprises is the right way to upgrade the starting system on your race car. This superior design includes gear reduction engineered for efficiency, a motor specifically selected for 20 to 50% more power, and larger internal components for longevity. Its compact design is a full pound lighter than comparable starters. For reliable starting power, choose Mazir. Visit our website at www.mazir.com.
For over
On the O'Reilly side is what got us on hold here for just a moment. Dennis and Tom sitting waiting patiently before we get ready to fire them back up. Looks like we're just about to get back into it. Get our cars cleared off over at the top end of the racetrack as well. Now with that done, we'll get ready to fire the next pair and continue on. Round number 2 of qualifying. Our Spitzer race cars. Top dragster competitors, Brodix, Steve Schmidt, top sportsman, and Comp Eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please. Young engineer out of Bettendorf there in the left lane. Tom Martino. For NGK and K&N and McGuire's and the rest. Over here on the right-hand side. Tom's opening lap, a 6:45. $7:16, 6:37. That's an improvement. 212 miles an hour. Tom up to the number 11 spot. 7:22 this time around by Dennis. Does not improve. They'll stay number 22. based on that 7:16 lap from earlier. Joe coming off the win at the most recent event over in Norwalk a couple weeks ago. Joe also final rounder here a year ago at this race. The engine builder out of Toledo. Sullivan's Ford-powered machine. That'd be Craig over here on the right side. For all the Blue Oval fans. Sullivan, your number 3 qualifier to 6:17 at 2:21. Picks up a half a tenth. Stays number 3. But picks up. It was 008 on the tree. 6:24 by Joe. Joe jumps up to the number 5 spot with that lap at 227 miles an hour. So Marty picks up. Craig picks up. Joe picks up. Mike Coughlin stays number 4. He didn't. Haven't seen our number 2 qualifier who came into the session number 1. Tom Fisher. Zach Sackman. RacingRVs.com. Ohio-based runner there on the left lane. 7:43 for Tom. Certainly not the numbers looking for. Zach looking to see what he can do, the youngster out of Illinois. Spitzer chassis right over here on the Toyota side of the racetrack. Tom again with issues out of the gate. 6:30. Picks up a half a tenth. 2:25. Zach up to the number 8 spot. Tom goes 7:67 at 144. Car just not a happy camper leaving the starting line for Tom. Rich Edwards, Dan Norris. We'll clean up there on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack at about the first 40 feet before Richard takes to the track. Opening session. Car didn't go anywhere. Then took off. 230-mile-an-hour lap in 25 seconds. Dan Norris out of Michigan. The Mike Boz car on the right-hand side. Dan, your number 7 qualifier. 6:26 at 204. Down a little bit. Ironman chassis car, Brand Anderson combination. Dan's already up in the top half. All I can say about Rich Edwards is looks a whole lot more better. Yeah, how about a whole lot more better up to the number 1 spot. 6:01. 231 miles an hour, 6:19 by Dan. Richard goes from the bottom of the pile to the top of the pile. One big swift kick, 6.016. Marty, Shanna, Craig, everybody else take a step backwards. 231 miles an hour. Nice lap, Richard. Dan, 619. 226 for him. Here on the Toyota side of the racetrack. So a couple of good side-by-siders going down a quarter mile here at Route 66. Understand that he went a little long down at the other end of the racetrack, or one of them did. And we got confirmation, but it's a long ways down to the top end. Doing a little beach extraction. Richard and Dan that time. Two good runs down the racetrack. 6:01 by Richard. 6:19 by Dan. Shannon came into the session number one after the first lap with a 6:10. And I stand corrected. Richard Edwards did not have that funky run. He had the 5:98 run, which did not count. The 6:01 does count. The long trip at the other end of the racetrack doesn't help matters any. Shanna Snyder in at number 3. Now with her 6:10. Sitting behind Richard and Marty, who both went quicker this session. Well, Shannon goes 6 flat. Take that number 1 spot away, and we've seen a couple of cars pick it up a half or tenth or so. This time around is the starting line a little bit tighter in the shadow of the tire here at Route 66. Giving them a good opportunity to launch hard and through the fast loop. Laughlin Oil, entry of Harmon. Over to the left side, 6:02. Shanna, 2:34, 6:34 by Harmon. Harmon jumps up to 12. Shanna jumps back up to the number 2 spot now. Just 100th of a second behind Richard Edwards' machine. So it's Richard and Shanna, Marty and Craig, Dan and Mike. Coughlin now being relegated back to the number 6 qualifying spot. Alongside dragstersforsale.com. A couple of very involved family operations. Not only here in the D3, racing world, but the national tour as well. JB right side, Joe on the left. Joe goes 636, 221. JB goes 639 at 212. Joe's now 13. JB's now 18. We continue on. So Richard ends up 1. Shanna 2, Marty 3. Craig Sullivan 4, Dan Norris 5, Mike Coughlin 6, Joe Hessling 7. Rob Mosier rounds out the quick 8. Our Spitzer race cars, top dragster class. So put them back in the pits. Got them freshened up for tomorrow. Fire up the Barbie and probably a few steaks and dogs and burgers being cooked in the pit area here in just a bit. Beatty and Tim Kernan. Kerman up on the right side as we go to our Brodick Spitzer race car. Or Steve Schmidt, excuse me. Race engines. Top Sportsman machine. So for Brodick's, Steve Schmidt, our door cars pull in now. Your number 1 qualifier. Mick Snyder. Powers Transportation. Corvette. 612, and of course our Quick 4 and Top Dragster. Our Quick 4 and Top Sportsman run for the Flat Out Gaskets Fast 4 competition tomorrow. Mike on the left side to Cutlass. For the runner out of Milton. 703 stays consistent at 196 miles an hour. 680 by Gibbons. That picks up. Fights him down to number 8 spot. So he climbs up to the quick 8. Right now you want to be in the flat out gaskets fast 4 tomorrow. Got to be quicker than Paul Pittman, 6.601. Larry Canolte, Andy Horn. Andy's close to that flat out gaskets fast 4. 668. Needs to step it up a little bit. Canolte certainly can. His opening lap made 10 second. Buzz down the quarter mile. Carbon goes 681, 202, 668 by Andy. That car stays consistent. Another good 6.68 lap down the racetrack. Hanging on to that number 6 spot. Do that about 4 times on race day, and you walk out there with a Wally. Brandon Baxter and Chad Peckrell. Perry and Chad out of Big Bend, Wisconsin. Youngsters already out in the workforce as an accountant. Probably a good thing he's an accountant because it certainly takes a buck or two to run one of these Steve Schmidt powered 68 Camaros here in Top Sportsman. Brandon Baxter out of Illinois. Got that Daytona. All Mopar all the time. Over the left-hand side. Chad's got problems, shuts the Camaro off. 7:37. Baxter picks up 0.04 of a second. 185 miles an hour. Probably like to have had a little bit more than that. Peckrell goes through 13 seconds later. Brandon at number 24. Chad on the bottom of the sheet. Real wonder if there's what the relationship is to Al, the old Flying Dutchman fame. Tim Mulder up on the right-hand side, the G&M Attachments entry. You need our semi-finalists in our super shootouts. Back to the lanes, please. Murray, Fleeter, Ship, and Milner in Super Streak. Irene, Mr. Mosier, Mr. Michaels, and Larry Burnshausen in Super Comp. Super Gas, we need outing. Theodore, Bogacki, and Schneider. 3 roadsters and a door car. Need you back to the lanes, please. Robbie, Tim, Vanderwoody, looking to step up with the Camaro. Mulder in the Grand Dam. Both drivers looking. Get out of that 11-second zone, down into the 7 or 6 second range. Oh, not a happy car. A lot of black smoke coming out of the side. Still steps up to 711 to 188. 685 by Mulder. There's the 6 second zone. Definitely take that run, put it on the charts. Puts him up into the number 11 spot. Get semi-finalists in our Super Streak, Super Gas, and Super Comp Shootout. Need you gentlemen back to the lanes, please. Jeff Sexton, Alex Bozick roll in next. Jeff, a winner already this year, picked up the Indy win. Little Cavalier out of Fairborn, Ohio. Won it all at Lucas Oil Raceway, except we finished it up in Norwalk, but hey, still counts. Alex Bosak, runner out of Chicago, the hometown. Trends Auto Accessories, Dodge Neon. A little dumpling over here on the right-hand side. Why'd that announcer guy call that car a dumpling? Back in the days when the pro stock ranks had the Dodge Neons running in them, that's what they were affectionately called. Well, then again, I don't know that affectionately is the right term, but that's what they were called. It was dumpling. Alex looking to improve on a 13-second lap. I think he's got that whoop. 682. 203 miles an hour for the dumpling. He goes into the number 11 spot. Jeff Sexton, 695 at 200 miles an hour. Your Indy winner into the 18 spot, the Chicago-based Mopar car, up to number 11 as we shuffle things around just a touch. Lester Johnson, Randy Promozic, next pair in. Qualifier. Cynthiana, Kentucky-based runner. One could be number 1. Lester's quick, mixed quick. Both of them generally at the top of the pack. Mosick's sitting number 5 right now. He's 6.66 out of the Cavalier here on the right-hand side of the racetrack in the earlier run. 77-year-old youngster. Wheeling that Cavalier. Mixing it up with the rest of the kids. $623, $230 by Lester. $635. $167 by Randy. Numbers are a bit deceiving down the other end of the racetrack. Lester's machine down at the other end of the racetrack. He goes blasted through off Randy's speed down at the other end. Foam blocks down the top end of the racetrack. Took a bit of a ride down at the other end of the racetrack as one of our cars went sailing right on by. And again, we need our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp, Super Shootout semifinalists to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, if you're not there, you're late. Need you. Want you. Gots to have you. And Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp semifinalists need you to the lanes, please.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those win lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive
late rounds at our Indy race. Came back to Norwalk to finish the Indy race. See what he could do. Tom's right now just looking to put a lap down. Get down the quarter mile. 29 cars so far on the sheet. Tom's going to make it 30. Where he ends up on that 30, well, as the expression goes, we're fixing to find out. Parker leaving before the tree's activated will at least get his name on the sheet. Soika goes through 685, 200 miles an hour. He improves ET and speed. 1295 by Tom. He goes on to the qualifying sheet, albeit in the number 29 spot. Not exactly where he wanted to be. Chet Beck rolls Camaro. The only car slower going down the racetrack. Ron Biondo and John Hochstetler getting ready to come up. As we continue on, again, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp semifinalists and our draw, RFC, Super Shootout presented by Mosier. We need those 12 cars to the lanes, please. There's the Biondo Lumina and Hochstetler's Dodge Stratus. Cubic inches of Mopar underneath the hood of that Dodge Stratus bodied machine. Biondo's Lumina here on the right side, just a little bit bigger. Chevrolet. John and Pam. Going to get the Mopar car down a little bit quicker in the 737. Rod's already in the 6-second zone with the Lumina with the 689 lap. To the wall and out of the groove, still goes 721 and 192 to get him down the racetrack. 680 lap, 200 miles an hour by Biondo. Getting him to the other end of the racetrack. Biondo goes to number 10. John stays in the number 27 qualifying spot. Steve Jaeger, Tim Weiss. Pull in next. And in the national point standings a year ago. It's at number 20 on the qualifying sheet right now. Monte Carlo of Jaeger. Out of New London, Wisconsin, 693 opening lap. Weiss with a 697 shot out of the Mustang. push him off the quarter mile. The pizza shop owner. Steve Jaeger motors through. But very slowly. Tim Weiss's hot rod. Tim just not quite cranking that wheel hard enough. Now we got her going. Getting pushed back out of the way. So Jaeger will stay 18th. Tim will stay number 20 on the qualifying sheet. We continue on, just about to get to the end of our session. Scotty, 7:06. Volumina out of Columbia Station. Rick Korn on the right side, the Paducah, Kentucky based. Another Dodge Avenger bodied machine, another Hemi powered car. Rick number 16 on our qualifying sheet, 688, 202. Korn's opening lap. Drive, 210 miles an hour by Rick Korn. A little flash of flame down at the other end of the racetrack as he stepped off, but up to the number 5 spot now. Wasco shuts it off at a 7:43. He'll stay number 24 based on the earlier 7:06 lap that he laid down with that hot rod. Go down and check the top end of our Toyota side of the racetrack real quick after Korn goes motoring through. Hopefully he didn't wound the motor too much. Jerry Albert, Steve Lehman coming up next. Jerry not making the call in the opening round. The winner down in Bowling Green last weekend at the Jegs Sports Nationals. For Jegs and Abruzzi and Holly. Jerry getting a shot at the racetrack now in this second session. See where he puts that RJ built Chevrolet Camaro. Steve Lehman alongside the C-Tech Manufacturing. Chop top, low riding, first generation Camaro here on the Toyota side. He sits and waits. 710 to 201 miles an hour was his shot in round one of qualifying.
Get the right parts at the right price with free same-day shipping from Jegs High Performance. Just dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. 100% satisfaction guaranteed with free same-day shipping. the place for performance, Jegs. When it comes time to purchase a weather station, turn to the industry leader, Computech Systems. Computech's been providing racers with the best in weather monitoring and ET prediction since 1986. Just ask any of our NHRA contingency winners, including past world champions Alan Johnson, Warren Johnson, David Rampey, and Jimmy DeFrank. From handheld weather stations, trailer-mounted units, or a pager system, Computech has what you're looking for. Be sure to check out the Raceair Pro Weather Analyzer. The Raceair Pro from Computech can help put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 1-800-870-8383 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Also, visit us on the web at www.computech.com.
So the equipment cleaning off the top end of the racetrack for Steve, the C-Tech, aluminum cabinets, carts. Camaro here on the right side. A second shot. Here at Route 66 Raceway. Jerry Albert, Tracy, getting ready to come up for their first. So far, we have had 30 cars go down the racetrack. Jerry Albert will make 31. I know we've got more than that on the grounds. So we shall have a full field of Brodix. Steve Schmidt, top sportsman competitor. Steve Lehman doing his burnout here on the Toyota side of the racetrack. Going to throw a number up on the board and see where that lands him on the qualifying sheet. Steve Lehman pulls in. He's already got a 710 posted. Got to believe that that's 710, a little bit of a misnomer of what that C-Tech manufacturing car. Certainly capable of running. It'll be an interesting pair to chase down a quarter mile. Lehman's car, a couple of hops and skips leaving the starting line. Jerry Albert, meanwhile, 687, 200 miles an hour. 702 by Steve. Jerry up to the number 17 spot. Lehman goes to the number 23 position. Mick Snyder still leading the pack. We haven't seen him yet this session. And Paul Pittman and Tom Venacora roll in next. Tommy out of Illinois. He's Firebird over here on the right-hand side. 7:03 in the opening lap. Paul, a twist and shout. Chevrolet Camaro 828 cubic inch, really big motor. I mean, that's like almost the largest on the grounds, except for one. Tommy will be up in just a minute. Pittman on the left side, 660. Fast four shootout winner down in Bowling Green last weekend. Got in as an alternate, won all the pot. Pittman's Camaro picks up the pace, 652, 215, 697 for Tom Venacora. Motors in, number 22. Pittman steps up to the number 5 spot. 652, 215. Glenn Julius Rob Severe. We had 31 cars so far on the qualifying sheet. Going to make it 32 and 33. Right now, Chad Peckrell standing in danger of getting bumped with one more session of qualifying to go tomorrow. Glenn Julius. The Grand Dam came up earlier. Never did get it fired. Got pushed off to the side. Severe. Runner out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Got it fired. Then couldn't keep it running. So he gets his first shot at the racetrack right alongside Glenn. Julius, 740 by Severe. Rob goes in 31. Glenn goes into the number 20 spot. We now have a bump. It's up on the scoreboard. It's Tom Harger's 1295. Chad Peckrell's Camaro. Now on the outside. Looking in, Kenyon Dinkle. Tommy Turner. Oh, Paul was up. Pittman was up a moment ago with that 828 cubic inch engine. We said, that's almost the largest engine in the crowd. Well, here's the big man. Tommy Turner, 904 cubic inches. Steve Schmidt power plant. Underneath the hood of that Florida-based Pontiac over here in the Toyota side. Dinkle in the left lane, number 18. Turner on the right side, number 9. $77 in the opening session. Both these guys are in, so Harger's 1295 is going to stay on the board as the bump for now. Turner makes a little move towards the center stripe, eases it back in, 675. 209 miles an hour, 673 for Dinkle. Dinkle's number 9. Tommy's number 10, side by side down the racetrack and side by side on the qualifying sheet. Kenyon just a couple of hun quicker. Tommy just a couple of mile per hour faster. But it's the quick that gets you qualified. Mark McDonald, Benjamin Board. Benjamin Whelan, that Chevrolet Camaro. The engineer out of Overland Park, Kansas, over in the Kansas City area. McDonald's, Indiana-based, dragstersforsale.com. Mustang. Mark would like to get back on the winning track here this weekend. Did good in Bowling Green 3 weeks ago. Did good in Norwalk 2 weeks ago. Won it all in Bowling Green. Went deep into the program in Norwalk. Last weekend back in Bowling Green, didn't have quite the weekend that he had before, but hey, he went a round or two. Keeps you alive. Donald, dragstersforsales.com, number 14. .644, 212 by Bendy. He picks up a step or two. Stays number 3 on the qualifying sheet. I stand corrected. McDonald, 683 that lap. Backs up his 681 from earlier. Here comes your number 1 qualifier, the Power Source. Transportation. Corvette Roadster, or Corvette, I should say, out of Indiana. Snyder at the wheel. Just a nice, easy opening 612 lap at 232. Put him into the number 1 spot. gas, super comp. Shootout semifinalists. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. Come on down. Super street, super gas, super comp, super shootout. Semifinalists, need you to the lanes, please. Nation. The Corvette can do. Can he improve on a 612? Got a pretty good racetrack out there right now for Power Source. 613 at 232. Talk about a bracket car. Woo, baby. 612 at 232, 613 at 232. Just keeping them rocking. Scott Kruger comes up, getting another license lap in his Monte Carlo. Runner out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, making a tow over, went a 665 on his lap earlier. 218 miles an hour. Chevrolet getting another license lap. To 668, 218 to 219. Well, good back-to-back laps there. A lot of people out there knuckle busting and high-fiving and smiling. I think they'll take that lap. Take a look at the other end of the racetrack. A little bit of smoke out of the car down at the far end. The crew guys go, huh? They may have a little bit of work to do. Check that out here momentarily. Cop Eliminator getting ready to come up next. Round number two. Qualifying. Super Street. Super Gas. Super Comp. Semifinals and the shootout. Need you to lanes, please. Looks to be Mick Snyder, Lester Johnson, Benjamin Borden, Paul Pittman. Our flat-out gaskets, Fast Four. Shootout, we'll see that competition tomorrow in our Brodix. Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category is Cop. Getting ready to come up next. Competitive eliminator. Some say complicated eliminator. I say unique eliminator. Getting ready to come at us. Checking the top end of the racetrack after Kruger goes down track on that license lap. Back to the photo booth alongside the staging lanes. Hope everybody has an opportunity to swing by, check out the photos. Kevin's been taking all day long. Word comes from top into the racetrack. We're good to go. Cop Eliminator. Getting ready to come up next. Out of Illinois, de-altered automatic. James in the opening round, Pete Pollock. Wisconsin-based runner. Here on the right-hand side. Couple of cars down on the bottom of the qualifying sheet. Like to see if they can shuffle things around a little bit. Pollock's C-altered automatic. Smith in the Oldsmobile 8D altered automatic. 400 cubic inch Pontiac, 365 cubic inch Oldsmobile. Cop Eliminator, round number 2. Big V8s, little V8s, door cars, roadsters, alters, dragsters, front engine dragsters, rear engine dragsters, big V8s, little V8s. Got a little bit of everything. Competition limited. Smith waiting until he was ready to go. Make a lap down the racetrack, 787 for Pollock, 840. 168 miles an hour for Smith. James still looking to get under the index. Pollock's machine barely under. He's into the number 19 spot with the de-altered Mark Kirkman. And Terry Smith, the number 2 qualifier. That Ford-powered A-Dragster automatic. Interesting with the big motored A-Dragsters, a Dodge, a Ford, and a Chevrolet here this weekend. Kind of a unique combination. Big motored dragsters. A dragster automatic, Kirkman out of Illinois. Kirkman Composites machine. Like Boss Chassis craft car. Terry Smith's got the A dragster automatic with the Mopar over here on the right-hand side. Like Kirkman knows, Smith's run earlier at 9:25. Love to be down in that 6-second zone like Kirkman is. Well, that's why we have qualifying laps. I didn't go to make it this time either. Kirkman goes through 660. 192 miles an hour and a big puff of smoke out of the Ford at the top end. So we'll be on hold for a minute while we check that out. 1481 by Terry Smith with the Dodge car. Kirkman's car coming to a very quick stop down there next to the wall. After that big puff of smoke, right at the finish line. 660, 192. The speed out of that Ford-powered A dragster automatic. So we'll go down and we'll check the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Terry Smith's dragster will ease on down. top end of the racetrack that the Ford down on the other end made a deposit. Which if you go to the bank and make a deposit, that's a good thing. If you're out on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack and you make a deposit, well, that's not so good a thing. So we'll roll the clean-out crew out onto the O'Reilly side of the racetrack and comp. Round number 2 of qualifying. Be on hold for a minute while we get the Mop and Glow team out. Do a little cleanup, a little stanchion. The Sayers clean up in aisle 2. Clean up in aisle number 2.
You always get more for your money from Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source of NHRA and proud sponsor of the Summit Racing Series and the Summit Racing Junior Dragster League. You'll find millions of parts from over 1,100 name brands at Summit Racing. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-roading, OE replacement, restoration and resto-mod, tools and shop equipment, paint, gearhead collectibles from genuine hot rod hardware, and ATV, UTV, dirt bike parts and gear from Power Sports Place. Check out Saving Central at summitracing.com and you'll save even more with sales, special offers, and clearance deals. With Summit Racing's fast shipping and world-class customer service and tech advice, you'll get the parts you need when you need them. You get it all from Summit Racing Equipment, the world's speed shop since 1968.
Cleanup going on down at the other end of the racetrack gives us the opportunity to extend a special tip of the cap to everybody that makes the Jerry Arnold Memorial Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund possible. Everybody over at Ray Skillman Auto Group, Indy Gear, Liberty Gears, D&D Auto Haulers, TL Smith Excavating, Camp Plain Machine Works, Total Seal, C-Tech, everybody down at Quick Fuel Technology, Bullet Racing Cams, Rolla Competition Engines, Butner Auto Sales, Cohen Racing, Brow Bell Housing, Buck Racing Engines, and Billingsley Car Wash. Certainly a tip of the cap to everybody there that makes a little bit of bonus money possible for all of our competitors here in our Comp Eliminator field at each and every event on the Division III Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Tip of the cap to everybody involved in the group that makes it possible. And, of course, got to give a special tip of the cap to everybody that Spitzer Race Cars and Indy Gear that makes the Comp Eliminator Shootout coming up in August. A possibility as well. Top 4 points earners throughout the season, running a 4-car shootout, the final race of the season, to pick up the Comp Eliminator Shootout money. The final race, Robert Bailey picking it up last year's race down in Bowling Green. Be interesting to see who our top 4 points earners are for 2016. But again, tip of the cap to everybody involved in our Comp Eliminator program, the Jerry Arnold Memorial Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund, and the Comp Eliminator Shootout. Thank you all, each and every one of them. Cleanup going on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, our Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp semifinalists. Again, if you have a Super Street, a stock eliminator, a Super Gas, a Super Comp, or a Super Stock car, and you've had only one run today or no runs today, we are going to run a cleanup session here in just a bit. Stay tuned, get them ready, get them warmed up. We'll wrap up Comp Eliminator. We'll run our shootouts. Then we'll get into our cleanup session. So again, in Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, and Super Stock, one or none. As far as laps down the racetrack today, we will be having a cleanup session coming up here in just a bit.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
For over 45 years, racers have come to depend on Moroso Performance products to help get their car to the winner's circle. With a full line of oil system and must-have racing products, it's important that the factory support goes farther than just the purchase. For 2015, Moroso Performance is expanding trackside support to most divisional races, while continuing to pay contingency on all Moroso oil pans. The Moroso Trackside Support Trailer is designed for the sportsman racer's needs and peace of mind while attending these events. Stop by the Moroso Performance Trailer and have your tire pressure gauge checked for accuracy on the Moroso fully certified calibration tool. Maybe it's time to replace that old coil wire with a new one for the season. Remember that coil wire will see 8 times the workload of the rest of the spark plug wires. Stop by the trailer and see just what is available for purchase. Moroso Performance product questions and inquiries can be answered in person by a factory representative. Moroso Performance, since 1968, it's our passion that drives us.
So the cleanup going on down on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. Looks like they're starting to get to the end of it. That means Rick Brown, Brian Simonek, and the rest of our comp eliminator field sitting and waiting patiently for shot number 2. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Shootout semifinalists sitting and waiting patiently. Our 12 cars back in the lanes. Again, for everybody else, Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, and Super Stock, if you have had one run or no runs today, we'll be having a cleanup session. If you have had 2 runs, thank you very much for playing. Your day is done. We'll have one more in the morning for you. But for those that got here late, didn't get a run early, if you have had one or none runs down the racetrack, we will be having a cleanup session. If you had one good run and one bad run, That doesn't count as one. That counts as two. I realize it only counts as one good run for you, but it does count as 2 runs on the time slip. And the time sheet up here, and it'll tell us in the tower if you've had 2. If you've had 2 and you come up for the cleanup session, you are forfeiting your run tomorrow morning. So stop and think carefully and considerably about that. Certainly you'd like to have a run in the morning before we get started and carry on our race day. But again, cleanup going on, just about to come to an end down on the O'Reilly end. And one or none, we will have a cleanup session for you. We'll be calling you shortly to the lanes. Spins clear. Call goes out. Fire the next pair. Our little V8 in the S10. Our little Honda. Here in the dragster. 151 cubic inch. On the 4-bank. Dragster automatic for the runner out of Toledo. Rick Brown's machine out of Ohio. A pair of Buckeye State runners. Getting ready to run down the racetrack. Cybernick number 21 on the qualifying sheet, 885 earlier. Rick Brown an easy 48 underlap at an 839. Former division super stock champion. Been campaigning this truck for 15 years now. Debuted it back in 2001. A 163, a 908 lap by Bryant. But that 821 lap by Rick Brown is going to move him up to 66 under the index and all the way to the number 4 spot now. Rick Camplain, Mark Kirkman, Jim Greenheck, and Rick Brown, your quick 4 so far. But we're not done shuffling things around a little bit. Bob Books, A Dragster. A Dragster automatic with a Ford, a Dragster automatic with a Dodge, and an A Dragster. The big motor Chevrolet for the engine builder. Down the road in Bonfield. Been a while since we've seen Bob on the racetrack. Nice to have him back out. Opening lap, a 6:51. Jim Promozic Jr., the C-Altered automatic Chevy Cobalt there in the left lane. Little mouse-motored Chevrolet 750 out of Jimmy's car earlier. 43 under the index. Book is 52 under the index. Going to be King Kong here this weekend. You got to go better than 71 under like Champlain did. Wow, Book's car. Hard move to the right. Sets the front end down. He stays with it. 6:59 top end of the racetrack. 209 miles an hour, and that was a tourist route down the quarter mile. Promosi goes 7:45, 183. He picks up 0.05 of a second, but stays number 18 on the qualifying sheet at 48 under. Steve Ambrose, J Altered Automatic, the little 6-cylinder. Varsity Ford, 23T Roadster there on the left. He's your number 9 qualifier, at least for now. Brian Browell's D Dragster, the little V6. The 4.3 version that Chevrolet had for a number of years, which was effectively a small block Chevrolet minus 2 cylinders. Brian Browell and the Grump for years getting together. Brian putting the car together. The Grump building the engine. The Grump's passing a couple of years ago. The guys over at Jenkins Competition kept the engines going. Brian and Deb out of Lafayette. Steve Ambrose coming down from Woodhaven, Michigan. Steve number 9, Brian right now number 12. Second race of the year for Brown. Ambrose been out stirring it up all season long. 720, 300ths improvement for Brian. 775, 166 by Ambrose. He stays consistent. Back-to-back runs within 0.07 of a second. Brow was 12. Picks up 0.03 of a second, moves all the way up to number 8 as we work our way through the session. 24 cars on the qualifying sheet. Number 12 car at 64 under the index will qualify this field for what they consider mine shaft condition. Ron Bones. Ron, your number 7 qualifiers, been number 1 a couple of times already. Chevy 6-cylinder. Combination for the runner out of Benton Harbor, Michigan. Rear engine J Dragster machine and Kerry Bales. The Accord with that turbocharged 4-cylinder Honda power plant. They're on the left-hand side. Kerry looking to get down into the 7-second zone. Ran an 8:07 earlier, not going to make a lap this time around. Bone taking a dragster through 7 earlier. So back-to-back laps for Steve Ambrose. Back-to-back laps for Ron Bone. The Honda gets pushed off. We'll see him come back tomorrow. He's on the qualifying sheet. He's at least in the show. A little turbocharged Honda. Needing a little bit of work. Brian Stuffelbeam and Bill Rymanap. The A Econo Altered 23 T-bodied machine and the 34 Chevy Roadster of Rymanap over here on the right-hand side. Brian's number 15. Bill's number 11. Up, Rymanap's ride at Lacrosse. Peachtree Roadster working its way through. 8:43 lap at 150, no improvement. Stuffelby picks up 0.02 of a second, 7:35. He was 7:37 earlier at 180 miles an hour. Duffel Beam stays number 15 at 56 under the index. There's your number one qualifier. Greg Camplain came up earlier, the Mountain Comfort RV entry. The Econo Dragster blasted out a 683 lap for the runner out of Brownsburg. Jim Greenheck's ride out of Wisconsin. The C-Tech aluminum cabinets Camaro over here on the right. Another C-altered automatic for Jimmy. Number 3 qualifier, so you got a couple of your top guns, at least so far in qualifying, sitting on the line right now. Dragster left flank. Green X ride, the Camaro on the right-hand side. Red light start doesn't mean a cotton-picking thing right now, other than you're trying too hard. The lap counts. He goes 7:25, 185, picks up 2. Wow, look at that, 6:83.9. Backs up his earlier 6:83.8. So for Ambrose and Bone in Camplain, 2 sessions today and identical laps down the racetrack, almost to the 1,000. Greeneck goes 7:25, picks up 200ths of a second, and moves to number 2 from number 3. Moves around Mark Kirkman's ride. 68 under the index now, right behind Greg Camplain, Mike Farrell's B Street Roadster. David Billingsley, little 4-cylinder. Larry Hodge race tires. Chevrolet Camaro, the only known 4-cylinder Camaro in captivity. Mike with the mouse motor. Goes through 778. He picks up a Hun. 872.7. Billingsley. Back-to-back laps within 8,000. 872.8 earlier. 872.7 now for the little 4-cylinder Camaro. So David's number 11. Mike's number 13. There's Jeremy Bailey and Robert Bailey. Come at us. Right side, the A Dragster automatic. Jeremy, the A Econo Dragster. Big motors. Chevrolet, a pair. Street cleanup session for you. 1 or none. Super Street cars, 1 or none. Need you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, cleanup session for you. 1 or none. Need you to the staging lanes, please. If you have had your 2 runs, you're done for the day. Super Street and Stock cleanup. 1 or none. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, same for you. Super Gas, 1 or none. Cleanup session for you. Super Street, Stock, and Super Gas. 660, picking up 500ths of a second is Jeremy. 772, slowing up is Robert. Jeremy jumps up to 70 under the index with that lap and into the number 2 spot. Moves Jim Greenheck, Mark Kirkman, and the rest of the gang back a notch. Greg Camplain holding on to number 1 by about 8,000ths of a second there. Tony Pontillo and Todd France in Super Street, Stock, and Super Gas. 1 or none. Cleanup session. We need you to the lanes. Super Comp and Super Stock will take you now as well. Cleanup session for Super Comp. 1 or none. Cleanup session for Super Stock. 1 or none. needs you to the lanes. Todd France. Yeah, Super Mod Automatic. Todd with problems early. Way off there. 921. Sets it back on the wheelie bars, and he doesn't go anywhere. Tony Pontillo's B-Dragster Automatic. He doesn't go anywhere. France cruising up next to the wall, making sure he's not putting anything down. Brings the car to a stop. .32 at 71 miles an hour. That doesn't help. Todd France doesn't even get to the end of the quarter mile, and that certainly doesn't help. The reigning division champ out of Louisville, still looking to get down the racetrack. He's on the qualifying sheet, but certainly not where he wants to be. The over-the-wall gang goes over the wall to check underneath Todd's car. Todd France broke the transmission coming off the line on that run, so we'll be on hold for a minuet while we help Todd get out the other end of the racetrack. Stock. Super Gas. Super Comp and Super Stock. Cleanup session. If you have had 2 runs, thank you very much. But 1 or none, and we need you to the lanes, please. Word comes from the other end of the racetrack. Todd France going to be working on putting in a new transmission this evening. Troy Galbraith sits and waits patiently. Event looking for his second shot at the racetrack today. Again, Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, and Super Stock. 1 or none. We have a cleanup session scheduled for you. The conclusion of the semifinals of our Super Shootout. And there, sitting underneath the tower. So Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Stock, 1 or none. Need you to lanes, please. Into the racetrack, 1 more. Compliment runner to make it down in the semifinals of our Super Shootout. A cleanup session for all of our Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, and Super Stock competitors in our finals of our Super Shootouts. We'll crown our champions of our draw on Racers for Christ Super Shootouts presented by Mosier, and we'll be able to put day number 1 into the record books. Here at Route 66 Raceway, Troy Galbraith bringing that Spitzer built race car on a Rolla competition engines to life. Be dragster automatic, little mouse motored, 377 cubic inch, small motored Chevrolet. Lap earlier. If he goes into the 670 zone, like about a 675, he could take over that number 1 spot. Keep an eye on the Toyota scoreboard. See if A, he does, or B, he wants to. Super Street semifinals and their Super Shootout. Getting ready to come up on the Super Gas and Super Comp. There goes Troy. B dragster automatic working towards the top end, shoots out early, goes 720. 126 miles an hour. He did not want that number 1 spot. Got it down to the 1,000-foot mark, shut it off, says I can figure it from there. I knows what it would have run. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Shootout, semifinals. Coming up next, here's Ricky Shipp and Alex Miller. Ricky with that 10.902 in the last round out of the Red Nova. Miller with 10.91. Jahan. Burnouts now. Who's going to go to the finals of our Mosier Engineering Super Shootout? Will it be the Nova? Whoever it is going to come back and run a Camaro. We know that. Chevrolet Super Street final round. Miller in the Monza right side. Shipp out of Indiana in the left lane. A little 70 Nova. Away they go. Semifinals. One of them going to go to the final round. Shipp with a little bit better light, lights up the scoreboard on a whole shot win. 10.96 beats a 10.95 by 6 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack. So Ricky Shipp wheeling that big block 70 Nova. Going to come back to take on a Camaro. Question is it going to be Gary Fleener? Or is it going to be Lewis Murray? Lewis with the unique racing style. Car comes off the line hard, little short wheel stand. Shuts down against the throttle stop, then takes off again. Gary Fleener says, you do it your way. I'm going to do it mine. Here comes Lewis. Murray now starting the top end charge. Coming. Not going to get him. 11.02, 153, 10.95 by Fleener. So it's Gary Fleener. Ricky Shipp in the finals of our Super Street. Super Shootout. Super Gas coming up next. Tyler Schneider's the lone door car. The runner out of Rochester's Hill, Michigan. Little Lady Monza taking on former champ Luke Bogacki. Luke on the right side. Schneider in the left line. We know it's going to be an interesting final. No matter who gets there. Could be all Corvette. Could be all Roadster. Or Tyler Schneider says, hey, wait a minute. I got the door card. Don't count me out. Good run in that last round. Drop good. Take another good run this round to get around Luke Bogacki. Well, he's got one started. Luke's just a skosh better. But Schneider gets him at the stripe. Takes the win. 991, 142. Luke turned him loose down at the other end of the racetrack. Luke was holding 13 thou going by the tree. Schneider got down to the other end of the racetrack, says, you don't want it, I'll take it. Thank you very much. So the door car, the little Monza goes in. It's on either Dan Howdy or Steve Theodore. Theodore on the right side. Coming. Got him. Howdy, the winner. 993, 151, takes the win and the stripe by 15 ten-thousandths of a second. So it's Dan Howdy. Terry Schneider. The finals of our Super Gas Super Shootout. Super Comp coming up next. Cleanup runs and Super Street. Stock, Super Gas, Super Comp, Super Stock. One or none. You aren't in the lanes. See you in the morning. Justin Mosier and Irene Shelton. Irene going 4 in that last round for the victory. Justin running dead on with a 2. Mosier Engineering operation. Taking on the lady. Irene, wheeling her hot rod. Careful to stage. Careful to run. See if Irene's got another 004 loaded in. Out of the gate she goes. Well, I will tell you one of the drivers is 00. Now, can you be 00 and take 00? 902. Beats a 907. Neither one of them wanted it. Justin Mosier gets the win. Down at the other end of the racetrack. 9024. Irene goes 9079, and it's kind of like, hey, wait a minute. What happened to the 890s? Steve Michaels, Larry Burns' house. Drivers looking up at the scoreboards as their competitors going through, going, hey, whoa. Looks quick. Feels quick. Won in the last round. Burnshausen was trip zip perfect. He didn't do it this time. Cost him. 892 beats an 894 Michaels. The runner out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. No relation to Al Michaels, of course. Steve gets the win. Him and Mosier in the finals of our Super Comp Super Shootout. Cleanup runs getting ready to come up next. Super Street. Stock. Super Gas. Super Comp. And we'll take our finalists in our Super Shootout back to the lanes as well. Brina who has had no runs today. Rolling in a little late, gets one shot at the racetrack, and Brett Spear, former division champ out of Minnesota. Stock automatic. .402 70 Nova big block over here on the right-hand side. Several of our cars answering the bell for a cleanup round of stock eliminator. Reno finished number 4 in the division last year. The stock automatic car. Lights mean nothing other than, hey, we can make a little bit of adjustment. In the dark of the evening, you see the yellow a little bit better, and away you go. 1061 by Brett. 1101 by Brina. 117 miles an hour. Brina 68.9 under the index. Brett 1061. Is already 1060. Joey Ship up the Ray Skillman Chevrolet Chevy Nova. And Russ Spear. Russ with his second lap at the racetrack. He went 1180 early. For Joey, it's his first shot at the quarter mile. For Joey, 1189 for Russ. 95 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack because he just read it down and shut it off at the other end. Rob Turkle and Andrew Hill. Andrew going to the finals already once this season. Did it at Indy. Came up a little bit short against John Cusack. Topo Camaro. Andrew just rolling in, the youngster out of Royal Oak, Michigan. 70 Camaro, E-stock automatic entry on the right side. We're going to give it a ride with his 80 Camaro. Andrew motoring on through on his 1170 index, goes 1098. 119. Turkle this time at 1147. 114 miles an hour. Drew Whalen. Steve Blondell. Couple more runners. First shot at the racetrack. H-stock automatic. 87 Camaro right side. B-stock automatic for Drew in the left lane. Lucas Oil. 98 Firebird. Just looking to have a better weekend this weekend than he had in Indy. Took out the drive shaft, took out the tail shaft of the transmission, and broke the snout off the rear end. Wasn't exactly the pretty run that he was looking for. This Lucas Oil Firebird down the racetrack. Away we go. 001 on the tree. A little out of the groove. Towards that left-hand wall, eases it back in, goes 1054 to buck 25. 1138, 116 by Blondell. Drew's at 70 under. Sits at the number 30 spot. Steve 76 under. Up to number 22, Norm Sabine. MJ Quinn. MJ with one run earlier today. Missed the second session. Working on that 305 Camaro. Sabine out of Canton, Ohio. 70 years young. Cement contractor during the week, wheeling that 95 C-stock automatic Camaro there in the left lane. And Super Shootout finalists, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. To the latest, please. Super Shootout finalists. Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Come on down. Norm left side. Hustles on through. 1387. Problems out of the Camaro, not keeping it lit all the way to the other end. 1151 by MJ. 115 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Super Street Shootout finalists, Fleener and Ship. Need you back to the lanes, please. Super Gas, Outing, and Schneider. Need you back to the lanes. Justin Mosier, Steve Michaels. Gentlemen, if you would join us as well, we'd appreciate it. Jerry Mellis rolling in now, their engineer out of Indiana, the Mellis brothers. M&M chassis machine. Super Comp car getting his second run of the day. Four. 161 miles an hour. And now the Super Gas competitor out of Ohio. Nice auto engine. Johnny in the left lane. Jeff Smith, Indiana-based runner on the right-hand side. His roadster rolling in late. His first shot at the racetrack for the day. We need you to the lanes, please. For 6 cars to pair up, 3 races down the racetrack to see who our Super Shootout winners are. Jeff Smith at 146, 999. Buck 57 for Squires Camaro. Jimmy Wilson Sr. His Corvette runner over here on the right-hand side. Big block combination for the Roadster. Super Gas cleanup session underway right now. 10:03 at 151 for Wilson. Mr. Wilson goes through to buck 51 for speed. John Behringer, Minnesota-based runner. 57 Corvette. Burzak machine. Out of Justice Brothers, Polydome. Getting ready to make a lap down the racetrack. You're starting a top end charge. 10:03 at 163 miles per. Performance now, the 34 Dodge Roadster, Rick Sarmento. Big motored Mopar car, keeping it in the Mopar family for the Dodge body machine. Wow. Lazy off the line, onto the throttle, and then back off again. Well, it counts. 1280 at 86 miles an hour and puts him on the sheet. We'll see Rick again tomorrow. Take that one back to the pits, put their collective heads together, scratch him and go. Well, that didn't work so well. Scott Mackey coming up. The Babalu racing entry. Super Comp car. Need our shootout finalists back to the lanes, please. Gary Fleener. Young Mr. Ship. Dan Outing. And Terry Snyder. Super Comp cars, Justin Mosier. Steve Michaels. Need our Super Shootout. Super Street. Super Gas. Super Comp finalists back to the lanes, please. Boys and girls, guys and gals, ladies and gents, our shootout finalists. Need you to the lanes. Come on down. Scott Mackey out of Michigan. Going to make his lap. Staging up carefully. And away he goes. A94 to 173 miles an hour. Chevy too. Big block powered, first generation Deuce. 64 Nova SS, considerably more horsepower than the way the factory produced it back in 1964. Car on and off the throttle stop. Shift light comes on. Jay slaps it into high already. Motors through 1099 at $137 for speed at the other end. Super stock cars getting ready to roll out for their cleanup session. And it'll be into our finals in Super Street, Super Shootout, Super Gas, Super Shootout, Super Comp, Super Shootout. You're not in the lanes yet, boys. We need you there. Come on down. Fleener and Ship. Outing and Schneider. Mosier and Michaels. And M&M final round. Johnny Dykema. Mike Manns. Mike, your number 2 qualifier. 867 lap earlier. Out of the Jegs, K&N, Redline Oil, Pontiac, and Dykema. The runner out of Division 5 competition coming out of Bluegrass. Over in the Hawkeye State or the Cyclone State, however you want to look at it. Second run for both of these cars in today's qualifying action. Back on the wheelie bar. Heads for the other end of the racetrack. Vans goes through 869 at 155. No improvement, 1037. Dykema off pace by a 10th from his earlier run today at 112 miles an hour. Denny Breeden. Dennis up. Super Stock K. Drag pack, his first run of the race this weekend. Automatic. Little Chevy Nova. We saw Morris up earlier today. 1019 his lap. Let's see if he can improve. I've not seen the improvement in the cooler evening air from the day's earlier runs that I thought we might. Braden goes through 10:01 and 131, 10:19 by Morris. Back-to-back consistent run. Brett Spear and Steve Hoff. Next pair coming up. Spears, GTF, automatic Camaro on the left lane. Hoff, GTD, automatic Mustang on the right-hand side. Second run for the pair. We finish up our super stock qualifying. Big wheels up launch for Brett. This motor working hard to the other end of the racetrack. Most machines smoking a little bit. From start to finish, header smoke coming out 11-12. Steve picks up 400, 10-12. Wow, Brett picks up a bunch. Jeff Smith up in his Mullis car. First lap for him. Super Cop action today. Super Shootout Finals getting ready to come up next. You're not in the lanes. We're getting ready to have a single run without you. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Cop, Mosier Shootout. Final round, getting ready to come up next. Mr. Smith goes to the other end, 896, 171 for the runner out of Plymouth, which we all know is in Indiana. And his day's done. Super Street Shootout getting ready to come up next. Fleener, Ship, Battle of the Chevrolets for that Mosier Engineering. Drawing Races for Christ, Super Shootout, check. Cop Eliminator, your final qualifier right now, looking at 2:30, 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. Just wanted to let you know that so you could plan accordingly. During that session, then the two final rounds come back just a little bit later on. But again, Spitzer top dragster. Brodix, Schmidt, top sportsman, and Cop Eliminator, 2:30, 3:30 tomorrow afternoon for your final qualifying session. Comp, Super Shootout. You're not in the lanes, you're late. You're tardy. You're MIA. You're AWOL. I'd almost say you're, well, never mind. Do like to remind everybody that we will start tomorrow morning as scheduled, 9:30 a.m. Super Street, you will be first out. Super Street, 9:30 tomorrow morning. You will lead us off. Boys and girls, don't be tardy. Don't be late. Because we won't wait. Time to run. Fleener, Ship, finalists in Super Street. Outing, Schneider, finalists in Super Gas. Mosier, Michaels, finalists in Super Comp, and understand that they're coming. Warren's been playing hooky all day. No, really, he's been over on the D3 TV side of the window. Since he's been playing hooky, we're going to let him do the finals. Warren Evans, D3 TV, fame and fortune. Well, fame anyway. D3 TV mastermind. Warren, it's all yours.
Thank you, Bob. Coming up first, it's going to be your Super Comp, Super Shootout Final. The Draw RFC Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering. Thanks to them for their support of this ongoing event. Happens every time out. It's going to be Steve Michaels, O'Reilly Auto Parts Lane out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. Carpenter by trade, the Michaels Family Racing Dragster will stage up alongside Justin Mosier. Trying to keep a little of the family money in his pocket, I guess. Out of Portland, Indiana for Mosier Engineering. He'll stage up his American car in the Toyota lane. 890 the magic number. Both racers completing their burnouts. Then get back up to stage and ready to go. As Bob mentioned, D3 TV is on the air. Will be once again tomorrow. Michaels got into the shootout. All over the start. Once the Mosier red lights his chances away. Steve Michaels 002 on the tree. 8,900 at the stripe. 2,000 from perfect. How about that? 002 on the tree, 8,900 for the win. How about that for you, Justin Mosier? Red light start, 890 with a 7. Would have been right there, except for that pesky little red light. And only by 3,000. As Alan Reinhardt said last weekend. Good number, wrong color. Up on the boards now, 990 the number for our Super Gas competitors. Dan Outing got here with a perfect 9,900 alongside Tyler Schneider. Schneider in the door slammer, the 1980 Monza out of Michigan. Outing also out of Michigan, 34 Willys Roadster. It is a neat car, that's right. Says 994 with a 7 at 138 for your winner, Tyler Schneider. Outing off pace at the start, 5 off at the big end, 995 at 151. Congratulations, Tyler Schneider. Yeah, the door car wins Super Gas. Didn't even know if there were very many of them left in existence. One more pair coming at you, the 1090 category. Except there's only one. What happened there? So the single pass coming up for Gary Fleener as Ricky Ship did not make the call. Fleener will get the automatic win. And he'll wind up with a 1090 with a 5. Dead on with a 5 at 146. So that'll wrap up your draw. Racers for Christ Super Shootouts presented by Moser Engineering. And with that, I will turn the microphone back over to Bob Unkefer to wrap it up.
Thank you, Warren, and thank you, boys and girls, guys and gals, ladies and gents. It's been a fun day. It's been a busy day. It's been a hectic day. Lots of cars going down the racetrack. Again, we'll start off tomorrow morning, 9:30, Super Street. You will be first cars out. 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll get you started off. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, Cop Eliminator, 2:33, 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. Our flat out gaskets. Fast Four and Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. We'll pair you up during that session and bring our finalists back for finals just a little bit later on. But again, Burn Down at Sundown, 6th annual event presented by our good friends. Going on tomorrow night under the lights here at Route 66 Raceway. Thanks to everybody for coming out, and on behalf of everybody here with Route 66, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series and the National Hot Rod Association, thanks to everybody here this weekend. Thanks to our spectators that came out today. Hope to see y'all back out tomorrow for day number 2, the 6th annual Burn Down at Sundown. Presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. Good night, everybody. We'll see you mañana. Be safe.